confident that we can make it into upper finals. We're improving match by match. I think if we can continue to improve, then we have a very good shot of making the upper final.
They find their revenge here. The Prime Pacific PRX will continue on.
Facing Sentinels is a dream come true. I'm also a Sentinels fan before. And now they have second who has Filipino blood. And I'm really excited to face him. I want to show everyone who are doubting us what we are capable of.
PRX are crazy aggressive and they're just very, very fun. They're very unpredictable. Forsaken and Jing, both of them have been playing really, really well this tournament. They're just flowing and shooting at their own pace.
I want to show the world like how talented Filipinos are. And I need to show I really deserve this spot. That's why I'm here.
A headshot! Batman! Clutch!
Second, let's see which one of us is better.
Patman, mahal kita. I hope that I'm the strongest Filipino in this match.
在我23年我人生中第一次那个世界赛的时候，那个时候我跟 FO 现在认识了，然后那个时候他也是第一次打，然后现在又遇见了，然后真的是缘分很奇妙吧，时间能过去1年多，快2年了。
이제 라이소가 이제 저는 일단 DRX 때고 라이소는 FX 때였는데 같이 스크림에서도 만나고 랭크에서 만나다 보니까 서로 엄청 친했었어요. 왜냐하면 공감대가 너무 비슷하다 보니까 이야기 엄청 많이 했었는데 나중 가서 제가 DRX에 나갔을 때 이제 그때도 라이소가 제가 팀을 찾을 수 있게 도와준다고도 말해주고 해줬는데 뭐 결국엔 전 젠지에 들어갔죠.
Genji 战术很好，然后战术也很多，但我觉得我们战术布局也很多，而且我觉得我们枪法很准，我觉得比他们准。
Your main characters of Masters Toronto are still on the hunt.
对这场是有信心的。
이제 뭔가 저도 이제 저 자신을 믿을 수 있고 내가 뭘 하면 되는지 그런 걸 잘 알다 보니까 형들도 날 믿어주고.
There is no doubt now that this team is the favorite to win this tournament.
我觉得我对我们队伍很有信心，我队员能力，还有我自己的能力，然后对我们教练的部署，我都很有信心。
오랜만이라 만나서 반갑긴 한데 금방 헤어져야 될 것 같네.
我觉得感觉我对此很有信心。
Genji versus WOL.
And here we go. It is the last stand for VCT China, going up against the juggernauts from the Pacific in Genji. Who comes out on top with this one? You have two great teams that could very well go all the way, but it's all about who wants it more right now.
Genji looking for another run to a trophy. For Wolves, looking for their first opportunity, already the deepest run of any Chinese team but EDG. And trying to keep that miracle going.
And they said it themselves, the story for them from now on is just everything is a gift from this point on. And as we take a look at the Omen map select, Split is going to be the first one. We were just speaking about that, Tejo, that maybe for Genji was not the call, maybe what took them that brink into losing to Fnatic. Maybe we see some changes, bringing in the Fade, but Wolves definitely spotted something that made them want to go into this map. For all of the matches that I think in this tournament, the Split has been an option, which has been one. They've picked and decided to go there. So it should not come as a surprise for Genji in the slightest.
Yeah, Sunset is map 2 is going to be interesting. Have not seen Wolves play that map yet. So it's going to be a surprise no matter what they pick into there.
See the fans, everyone's all ready to go for this one. The energy in this arena is unbelievable. The electricity is just truly off the charts as the fans are getting ready. They want to see who's going to come out on top with this one. Both teams, fan favorites here. We talk about Wolves being the main characters, but it does feel like Genji might just be the antagonist that ends their run here today. Question is, though, whether or not Wolves can actually stand tall here, and you see Texture as he gets ready to go, Kukuka. This is going to be the guy on the server that I'm looking out for through and through. How can he not be?
We've been speaking wonders of both Texture and Juicy. At some point, someone has to be above Texture, otherwise he will be the king of this tournament. For Juicy, one of the biggest opportunities, if he can keep up the performance that we've seen so far, the chance could be his.
So much of what I'm looking at on this game across all of the maps is how Gen G can flush the lurks from Spring. Wolves is almost always going to play slow attack side defaults with double smoke comps, focusing on getting Spring into lurk positions on that Viper. I think the win condition against this team is not giving first picks to that guy, denying him space, and clearing that back away when you're on your defense.
So much that they're going to have to worry about here, right? There's just so many layers. But I like what we saw earlier, though, Kukuka, what you were showing us with that deadlock. It just goes to show that this team, this Wolves squad, when you think that they could be a little transparent, no, they have so much complexity with them.
I think that, of course, we expect another stellar performance for the side of Scream. I'm looking at YU. I think that he was very good in the last match, and I think that he could also be the difference. Looking at this split, expecting the double controller plus the Cypher is what we can see, and Gen G has locked it in. They have no doubts, and they're repeating the same composition that they played against Fnatic. The Deco is in, they will be starting on the defense, and they better start strong.
Yeah, this is a weird one. Gen G on defense. This is where they faltered against Fnatic. Their biggest problem was struggling to re-clear with a lack of information utility. They had to push into Fnatic a lot. Fnatic held for that aggression and punished them and got to play those man advantages on their attack side mid-rounds. I think Wolves is going to try and go for a very similar thing. So it's a question of what Gen G changes up off of their learnings in the Fnatic game.
Yeah, and I want to see how Wolves, being a team that has experienced what that deadlock, and of course, we're peeking this map and knowing that that possibility of Foxy being in it was very, very real, how they're going to deal with it.
A little interesting to see both the Viper and Cypher picked up for Wolves. Normally teams are only going into one of those agents. They fill a pretty similar role, but there's a lot of utility to stall on defense, a lot of opportunity for lurks on attack.
Toronto, let's get this show on the road and send it over to your casters. And I hope Pansy's got a gift because it's Hypok's birthday today, baby.
Welcome back, Michael. Happy birthday. Hopefully, this is going to be a bit of a treat because we also have that as well.
Well, I was going to say if we did anything on the show today, but thank you, it's not even lit. So no fire zone, I guess. But thank you very much. Yeah, an absolute gift, hopefully, today with this matchup. I mean, there's many a talking point here.
Okay. Let's start with Gen G, right? Kind of the gatekeepers of greatness here, right? This could be where the fun stops for Wolves. This could be Dream Run.
Yeah, although it's not do or die for Wolves, this is certainly, again, there's a very short list of teams from SEN that have made it this far, so certainly here with potentially a lifeline, no elimination, still a chance to make it work, but Gen G are who they have to overcome, and really here for Wolves in terms of new kids on the block, making a dream run. We're really going to tap into sort of the preparation coming into this. Almost a benefit, actually, to come to Split and see the same composition for Gen G.
Because this puzzle has been solved. We've seen it before, the desk going through it. Mimi highlighting that, the cycling of the utility was a profound problem in the game up against Fnatic previously. And now we ask the question, can Wolves find that same sort of look here? Already though, Texture, who has been probably one of the highlight players thus far, off to a belting start.
Certainly slow things down here in the pistol, as well as this utility in mid. Wolves probably happy to sit behind this, wait for anything further if Gen G do show anything. So the Viper util goes back up, now stacked up. Reinforcements here in mid.
These deadlocks look good, Mike. I've liked seeing it here. Foxy 9 looking solid on this, and we've expected this sort of pace from Wolves, right? Slow, cautious, methodical, very clear-cut, very precise in approach. But the timing from Foxy 9 will hinder this. It's going to slow them down. Paranoia's going to come through, but a quick slip towards the site means safety is secured. Texture still unaffected. They've given up a lot of space, though, and there's not that many rotations. Mike, where's the support here? Texture left on his island, still going to get 2 so far. Looking to make it a 3rd. He's done it! 13 seconds! This guy is just out of his mind. Looking for more! Come on! Almost an ace off the rip And look at the time. Spring, a little too late to this one, looking more like summer and autumn at this point. It's done for Gen G. Round 1.
Can't ask for much more from Texture to kick things off here. Certainly discussing an MVP level performance already so far here in Toronto. Only really the reload that prevents the ace from coming through here. Just a lack of pressure, really. I call it lack of coordination, but the swings here you can see in the replay. Happy to sit back, dig his heels in, and deliver here for Gen G. As well, just coming back to that discussion on the deadlock. Talk about how, you don't really want to say all in on this first wave of utility with Teo, but certainly deadlock, a tool to slow things down beyond that. Not necessarily removing the risk, I guess, of that lack of utility. Wolves kicking off slowly here.
And if we're talking bigger picture, look, Gen G's pistols have been really solid. I mean, statistically, it's been the case.
Well,
so
yeah. The numbers show that for sure.
Yeah, so this, I don't want to say an expected result, but you know, you kind of know that Gen G is going to get a good start here. For Wolves, they need to build back in now, though. This round, obviously just with the classics, not going to find too much. Obviously, the extremity dealt with by Texture and Caron. I mean, not going to leave it all to Texture. He's a name in the mix here. Obviously, Gen G, it's a bit of a highlight reel. Hard to avoid many of them, and Caron's still going farming. And now you've just got the main man himself, the one that's won kind of hearts and minds out here. CFA Baby has been outstanding for this squad, but slow starts here, and Gen G clean as anything.
I think as well, Wolves probably need to find a way to deal with this utility in mid. Gen G's ability to really close the shutter. Texture able to farm up, right? That's probably pretty close to his ultimate already, just one away. See early learnings here to find from a round like this. How Wolves choose to navigate beyond that. There needs to be obviously pressure across the map. They want to weaken Foxy9's ability in terms of locking it down. 2-0 the start here, first buy round here for Wolves. Spread evenly in this default.
But I like this deeper push towards B, even that audio cue, kind of planting their flag in this map very early on. I like this from Gen G. Not afraid to make moves, and even on towards that A side as well, pushing up a little bit deeper. You saw only in that second round, Texture willing to take that fight.
Presence shown on both sides of the map for Gen G, so actually Trip dealt with early in B main, so we'll force Leeds Cowan a little deeper here with the Guardian.
Toxins going up.
Late use of the drone as well to re-clear actually.
Missile deployed.
Outside A, so Gen G with a pretty good idea now of where the focal point is. Munchkin going to be first on the chopping block, potentially.
There's a lot of pressure on middle, but Foxy9 is up to the test. Takes away Juicy, and that's a big player gone, right? That's a lot of that springboard into the site now lost. This is starting to worry me. When we're looking at the time, 35 seconds, they haven't had a huge success anywhere. They didn't get the steps towards middle. They're not getting towards B. Gen G looking so refined in holding this.
Yeah, that bait and switch in mid on the back of the Prowler. Executed to perfection. Wolves almost left scratching their heads now at the buy round. Probably feel as if you want to hold on to these rifles here. You only see on the mini-map, Spike not committed anywhere. Not even going to look for a kill here, so a big win for Gen G with the bonus. Apply further pressure here onto Wolves. Like I said, really, I mean, the big positive would be even to go even in this trade for mid in this first buy round for them. Whether or not Gen G got any further layers here to apply. Still be able to get something back. Two players that did struggle financially, but there's going to be a Guardian between them. Perfect timing here for Cowan as well to pick up that kill.
This hasn't felt difficult yet.
No, I mean, coming into this, we were talking about what is very kind of hard-hitting, simple Valorant, right? It's, you know, a slow default, wait out some of this utility, but I mean, the real concern here with the Tejo, as Mimi was touching on the desk, is obviously that second wave, right? Or some of the other things that we saw Tejo do very effectively. Here, it's not even really an issue. Wolves aren't getting over the first hurdle almost.
Yeah, I need to see them come up with a little bit more here, because we know the potential is there, but off the start, Spring and Lysa are the only ones who've been able to get even a kill thus far. It's been quiet. the map feels like it's not even a 50-50. A lot of, the extremities are under Gen.G's control.
Yeah, and you don't want to see Wolves coin flipping on some of these scenarios. You want to see them come in, reinforced, and kind of hit these kind of pressure points for Gen.G, but they haven't really figured out where they are just yet.
No, it feels like they couldn't quite get that grip on how they want to approach middle. I mean, we saw Juicy kind of go in there almost solo through the smoke and gets dealt with, and that felt like it fizzled the round. So then does this become almost indicative of a very direct approach from Wolves? That's kind of how you're going to imagine it, right? These kind of slower defaults, working through middle and those extremities quite passively, didn't really reward them much. And now they're going to go for a direct side approach. That's going to, if anything, now reward the operator.
And actually a much deeper setup here from Foxy9 in terms of the util, so see whether or not actually Wolves will find something to exploit here towards A. Still 2 members for Gen.G, Munchkin and Karen. Will be contact found here.
Let's see what they do with this though. Do they... Okay, so right now Gen.G are re-clearing middle as well.
I was going to say, right on the back of this, there's a re-clearance through mid. No confirmation just yet, but...
Look how deep they're holding this default, right? Because Texture's temptation will be to maybe fact-find further. Or do you assume they're all there, Texture? You don't, no. Ooh, he's a lucky boy, 5 HP, and he's still breathing. But it shows that there's still a default in play, right? That's pretty indicative that there's pressure elsewhere. Maybe there's still presence middle, but there's still more going on here. This presence in ramp has drawn the rotation now.
I was going to say, if Texture hadn't taken damage, actually, they could almost, with this trip up towards B Heaven, send an extra body across, but is the awareness there? Gen.G, obviously, with where this trap placement is, have given up mid. Got to be aware of vents now.
Yeah, there is a chance that vent player could be a problem, but it's already being watched. And with Texture on that deep line, they're safe! Caron, how are you hitting that? But finally, Wolves breaking on the side. There's an extra body here. They don't know about it. Gen.G simply have him. Numbers spring, still fighting forward. Wolves in the 2v2, rotation on the way. But it's Caron. Looks right, takes down one. Looks for the follow-up. Caron is on it! 4 kills! And Gen.G reading Wolves like a book.
You can even see here the general idea of numbers of where Wolves are. A couple of players second swing through the smoke. Absolute perfection from Heaven.
भाई रेस पूरा अंदर घुस गया था यार लैंड होके भी नहीं मार पाया
Finds 4 on the round, the second 4K for Gen.G. Unfortunately, another situation when it comes down to just 2 not able to sync up, get a unified swing onto site here. Fantastic play from Gen.G. Wolves now back down to all but 1 sheriffs across the board.
These 1-1-3 approaches, they're tough. Those late retakings of space coming out from the likes of Texture or that almost awareness of the, okay, we've left vents open, that's fine, we'll kind of catch that from Heaven. Again, Gen.G very aware of the board here. I need to see if Wolves can be disruptive. I want to see them try and get in their faces now. Caron, this feels like rinse and repeat, right? But there's no flying Juicy towards the site.
Yeah, on the back of actually the Paranoia investor there, there's not really going to be much behind that. So a big win out for Gen.G on a lesser purchase.
I mean, the one benefit...
1 HP, by the way.
I guess there's that small benefit in the fact that they are figuring out that maybe they can draw that utility out of Ash, and it's incredibly hard then for Gen.G to re-clear some of these spaces. But this isn't the round to make the most of it. This might be another moment for the man here. 5 and 1, make it 6. Count them up as you go. Juicy's gone down, and he doesn't look under pressure. But, oh my goodness. Oh my god. Texture! This is unthinkable! He's a one-man army! And Wolves down to 2 now. Still a chance, but 20 seconds. Someone's got to go above and beyond for their side if they want a chance in this one. Spike's knocked down. And this slow creeping death with the judge is coming in from Munchkin. You got 10 seconds. They have to make their move. Munchkin now knows the player nearby. That judge is lethal. Spike planted. A Spring. Got to try and clutch up. It ain't happening. Gen.G. Mike, these guys look so controlled.
Yeah. So drilled today. We've got Texture and Karen delivering on opposite sides of the map here. Not much for Wolves to do. A lack of inventory in this round. I mean, he's just happy to stand his ground here. Actually, a miracle almost that he shut down what he was. A well-placed headshot by Spring, but not many positives for Wolves to build upon here. Back into a bye round. Really, now you're asking something to step up the pace a little bit. They've got to find some sort of victory in the early round in terms of util drawn out, or a trade somewhere across the map, because Gen.G are just winning everything.
And it feels like Gen.G have got all the right kind of solutions so far. They know their strengths and weaknesses, maybe learning from that game up against Fnatic, but a big opportunity here for Wolves to try and put together all of the pieces they've learned thus far. But as it stands, the big man himself, Texture, is over here. This guy, again, absolutely miraculous performance. Gen.G re-clearing towards ramp. And we know the pace coming out from Wolves is slow, but they are still here, and now here comes the fight. Already Texture can't support here, denied by the cross. Already Foxy9 just holding that corner, and it feels like these kills are untradeable. How many times we've seen Juicy go down and not have support? Spring is there to take away Ash, but there's still time being purchased.
They're so hesitant to swing onto that window of opportunity, passing them by almost. Luckily now, will equalize. It's level pegging now with a 4v4, but 45 seconds, you're looking for another win for Wolves, really, but it doesn't come. Texture finds one. Munchkin now with a judge shut down. Lysor potentially opening up this round.
But the spikes here towards A, if their temptation is to rotate through towards B, which isn't a bad shout, they still need to get this spike through vents, through middle, over towards B, and you can see that maybe Texture's going to try and mirror that. If it goes silent towards A, that inkling is it's going to be this B hit. But look who's waiting here, Karen. No slats by any means. Hello. No. What? Oh dear. Oh dear, we need another timeout. We need to get this one right, because that should never have happened. Caron just given the gifts of the kingdom. Look at this guy, just the keys left out on the table. There's the support from Texture. 8 seconds, and it's confidence from Texture. He's playing with him, he's toying with him, and maybe you should respect him. But look at the HP, it's long. And actually, a gift, a chance. There was a second it became possible, Mike, but this slate remains clean. Gen.G unfazed so far.
The Lysor TP leads towards maybe being a little rattled here, the nerves getting to Wolves. Obviously, we're talking about elimination, but the stakes much higher versus Gen.G here. Almost a jump scare for Lysor. Again, the difference being, look how quickly Texture's happy to swing onto this to try and bail Karen out. Second timeout pulled here before round 7. Like I said, is feeling a little rattled here. Maybe looking towards a desperation play to get something on the board.
Well,
to stop the rot, basically.
When we're looking at the entry power, right, Juicy is 0 to 6 right now, and there hasn't been many trades even off his deaths. The spacing feels like it's being punished.
Yeah, actually, there are many other times you talk about duelists actually numerically not looking, but if you're getting bodies onto a site,
that's fine.
Yeah,
as long as, you know, if it's
sunken
serving
cost,
a purpose,
basically, yeah.
But right now there isn't that next layer to it. It feels like there's hesitance here from Wolves, which is
the ramp
surprising.
situation, we could see on the X-ray two players ready, stacked up, ready to re-swing onto that, but nobody wanted to commit. They're curious what the comms are there, of whether or not somebody's not stepping up to the plate. But again, it's across the board right now for a team that has come to Toronto and almost become a fan favorite off the rip.
And rightly so. The way they were playing, it's hard to not enjoy watching them, right? You started to believe in it a bit, right? It was that like, okay, we've got another great team coming out of this region, cool. Let's see how far they can go. And it has been a bit of a miracle so far, that dream run, right? And now it feels like they've met one of the giants. Now they've taken down some big teams on the way, but Gen.G, you're looking at these guys, honestly, throughout Swiss, they were one of the best.
Yeah, especially with the form we're talking about.
Yep. But a timeout, Mike. Maybe it'll help.
Well, but again, it's now a concern to have to pull the trigger on that in round 7. Let's talk about both timeouts being done in one half.
Again.
Just who's behind that?
Where's the utility? Where's the layering?
What's the value of this peak?
And that's hard for Juicy as well. Like, I'm not expecting him to be able to just like clean swing middle and be able to, you know, do what he needs to. It needs everything to set it up in motion, but it's just not there. A Texture, not enough this time. Gets taken down by Spring.
Able to actually deny info off that trap. This Texture caught completely off guard here. Lysor considering a bold move, actually.
Oh no, but
Munchkin caught off guard as well.
Munchkin caught sleeping at the wheel. Lysor wants this one. He's powering forward for Wolves. 2 big kills. And maybe a chance here. Hopefully down Ash and Karen. And Karen's been really dangerous. Ash could be in trouble here.
Spike planted.
Missile going, double swing. Nice from Wolves.
Gen.G भाई 06 Gen.G नहीं ये करने देगी भाई, उनको खेलने देगी.
sleeping on 3 separate occasions in this round. Credit where it's due to Wolves for dissecting this B site hold, but that started with
भाई बड़ा है तू कैसा है भाई भी मजे एकदम
that's reflected in Munchkin's reaction to the situation or lack thereof.
साहिल नक्की कोण तू मी ओळखला ना तुला
To drag this one across the line.
He's up.
पनवेलचा साहिल आहे का तू
On the other side of the stage still smiles.
It's one of those, it felt like overconfidence.
हाँ पनवेलचा साहिल कांबळे येणार
This could maybe curb some of that, I guess, confidence
It's
coming
also on the player act. When Juicy falls, you can see it's almost like, oh god, not again.
Here we go, yep.
Okay.
Texture's been just on this map, it feels like. Set up here by the drone. This actually could work here. Yep, that does give him the angle now to...
ये भाई समझ ला भाई
Doing well at these deeper lines too. He's, you know, we saw it over towards that B main early on. Oh my god, they're coming this way. Texture has no idea how many people are about to come out of those
NC म्हणजे काय रे
Do they clear it with the Prowler? I think that might be in hand, but the timing.
The temptation to almost sit on that rope there and just hold it.
भाई ग्राउंड
Really good, nice work there. Have to invest
फोटो
it
या
early.
अरे
This is
फोटो
a
तेवढा येणार ना
just clear texture away from this, and they're not even heading this way. Thinking that's enough of a fake, but it's not. There's still 3
फोटो
players.
क्लिअर ना
Gen G on
दिस
this side of the map.
म्हणून तो विचारला
But look who's waiting. Foxy9 buys some time. Take a seat. They have to try and flee the site here. Gen G still holding numbers, still looking unfazed.
गया रेस तो गया 1 भी गया ओए 1v4 भाई अकेले ने तोड़ दिया इनको हो सकता है भाई जेएनजी के प्रेशर में खेल रही है WOL भाई इतना भी प्रेशर में मत खेलो
We'll get a chance to look at it once again, but Wolves figure out where the operator is in this round and just the obstacle course laid out by Gen G. So many things for Wolves to deal with.
Yeah, you can stand up for that one. Yeah, that one's good. That's solid. I mean, this does feel like we've got kind of the 2 fronts of Gen G working here. Individually, yeah, they're hitting like a truck, right? This again, beautiful control, but look at spacing.
I mean, yeah, this is the first time that actually you see
someone trying to swing
in a position, stacked up, ready to try and deal with somebody. It's got to be frustrating.
Well, you feel like you're hitting a literal brick wall.
Yeah.
Like you're like, okay, cool, we're going to try and trade in, get that spacing right up. Okay.
In a game of numbers, you still want to put yourself in those positions. So.
Trying to speed up on this, but much.
अबे यार क्या भाई वाइपर के स्मोक में भी वो कर रहे भाई एबिलिटी भाई कुछ काम नहीं आ रही है लग रहा है मेरे को भाई once again 1v3 हो जाएगा क्या 1v2 तो हो गया यार नहीं यार हो गया 2v2 भाई अभी कुछ तो हो सकता है 2v2
Actually, it comes out to a 2v2, but a lot of time to work with here.
2v2 चल रहा है मैच.
Now Munchkin in a pretty rough spot. Potential here for Wolves to pinch him.
Lovely, lovely. You tip.
That's bold. That is very bold to leave somebody behind them now. Karen. A lot of ground to cover to regroup here, but looking as if they might actually stack up towards main. Looking for a safe plant from Wolves and a very comfortable post plant here. Plenty of time to set it up. They don't necessarily know, but the pit will enable.
वाइपर का अल्टा चुका है भाई. ओए भाई थोड़ा बचा भाई. जाएगा. अबे वो तो बाहर निकला है. 1v2. 1v2. भाई दोनों भी पोजीशन में बैठे. Nice one, 1v1.
So does the pit, and now Karen's got a real chance of this.
Hey.
Fat Baby's gotta clutch up here for a chance. What are you gonna do? No way.
आप तो डिफ कर ले. ओ भाई पीछे से आके मारा. बढ़िया 7-2. भाई celebration देख.
Everyone will fall, but a second on the board nonetheless.
मस्त celebration था भाई का.
Sigh of relief in terms of the finances, but certainly in terms of this scoreline. Another example here where the trades come through quick enough.
नाइफ करना था भाई इसको.
Like I said, comes down to a 2v2, but Wolves able to stabilize a
Come
little bit.
on भाई.
Smile. 7-2. Come on, can they recover this? This feels like there's still something here, right? Maybe a bit of that confidence starting to building. Maybe a bit of that back in yourself. Maybe Wolves aren't done yet. They've kept the buy humble.
9 राउंड हो चुके हैं उसमें से जेंजी के 7 राउंड है भाई.
Given themselves, they've carved out a little bit of room here for Wolves. Gonna have the ult ready producing.
ओए तोड़ दी वॉल.
Couple of options now.
Slow down the early rounds, much like
भाई ऑफ नहीं ऑफ लेके करा है भाई टेक्चर.
4 over towards B main here.
तो ऑफ लेके करा है. ओ
Controlling this.
Karen had to give away the game.
Oi.
It's been really nice. Genuinely, really nice. The ult.
ये क्या हो रहा है?
I hope we catch up on replay, but
नाइस वन टेक्चर.
no. This
Do I want to know?
I'm actually.
अबे यार क्या चल रहा है वैंडल भाई?
Gets 2 and Ash is there. What's happened there to Wolves, Mike?
Well, the showstopper's gone somewhere. Certainly not the intended placement, I'd hope.
I'm watching for this replay. I just don't understand how it happened.
भाई पास में क्या चली है फैंटम. अबे इसके अल्ट में यही खुद मारा है भाई.
I mean, down to 1 HP because of
रिटर्न आ गया ना उसकी वजह से मर गया.
This has been a really hard game from 0 and 10. Like that, and
कोई
these
सेलिब्रेशन
weigh
नहीं
heavy.
थी.
They weigh really heavy on a duelist player who's used to be able to take in that space, being
Who's looked
explosive.
fantastic here as well.
Yes, and to have a downturn in performance like this feels really harsh. 8-2. Can he pick himself back up?
भाई बाय राउंड नहीं है अभी WOL के पास.
Lethal in the middle. Munchkin.
We can see on the X-ray.
Brave boy. Oh dear.
ओए रोटेट.
Look to regroup back towards sewers.
ये जा रहे.
Munchkin will give up the space temporarily, but tucks into Mayo now. Texture will be foaming at the mouth here. Oh, but actually, swing and a miss on the first, but Wolves not able to springboard on the back of that and look to overwhelm the operator. Obviously with a kneel, it's tough to really pin him down after that first shot, regardless if he hits or not. But 50 seconds now.
ए भाई क्या पास में आके भाई ये कर दिया है.
Down any progress towards
आयन
base.
फैंटम.
And even further now.
भाई इसको क्या हो गया?
The utility causing lots of problems for Wolves.
भाई अटक क्यों रहा है गेम? साइफर गया.
That's the 30 seconds left. Foxy9 gets the second. Foxy9 is
ओए क्या हो रहा है भाई ये?
this game. Sadly, the purchase of
2v3
this round was
टेक्चर
far
भाई.
from perfect for Wolves. Trying to make it work with what they had, just sheriffs, maybe a little bit of hope. But
टेक्चर भाई ऊपर देख.
making it difficult here. He's feeling that pressure, getting closer. 10 seconds, they gotta work for
ओ
it.
उधर से जा रहा है भाई.
DB goes down and now
वाइपर खत्म भाई. 9
Texture. Good lord, can anyone stop him?
सर भाई मेरे को लग रहा है MVP बनेगा पूरे टूर्नामेंट में.
Again, delivering for Genji Foxy9 as well. Two crucial kills for him to kind of keep that pressure away from Texture on site with the operator.
Valorant Masters. Toronto.
Staring down the barrel, at least a purchase here in round 12 for Wolves. But potentially looking at the best scenario being a 9-3.
PRX और
Not an impossible
Sentinel.
score
वो
if
तो
they get
भाई
that third, but
खतरनाक
you've got to
मैच है
add
भाई.
Genji good on the pistol.
Certainly not feeling good about that
No,
one, but
no. But Wolves need to keep some hope.
yeah, that would definitely be a positive, all things considered. So he's starting, what, 6-0 in this half. Both timeouts used. A long road back ahead of them in the second half.
I want to try and clear ramp control again. We've seen that kind of different tempo from Texture, aggressive, now sitting very, very passive.
Almost now playing with the idea of where is the operator, right?
Yep. They're making
Testing,
it hard.
yeah, testing this default. Now they know, Juicy again, another first death for him.
वाइपर गया. अबे बच गया भाई वाइपर.
At this point, but there's no benefit for his Spring trying to step ahead here. He's actually done really well.
ओए
Completely unexpected. expected. Spring finds a
वाइपर
bit of
वर्सेस
timing.
वाइपर हो रहा है अभी तो फिलहाल नहीं फेड आ गई
Now, a little bit worried. He's got pressure. Great work
वाइपर ने
from
नहीं तो
Wolves,
फेड
making
नहीं
some
मारा
space
उसका
on this B site. Could potentially get a plant here as well. You do have mid being controlled
Plant.
by YU. This is good. Plants in play.
30 seconds.
थोड़ा तेज थोड़ा लेफ्ट पे कर देता ना
Actually make that an even further advantage now, just a 1v4 for Ash.
भाई तेज हो गया
Revealed, not even getting that first. Lysol will shut it down. A 9-3 half here for Gen G.
हाफ टाइम हो गया 9-3
Towards the end for Wolves, but
नाइस
like I said,
नाइस
a tall order here in the second.
Seconds left.
ओमन ने क्यों टिपी मारा है यहाँ पे गंदा टिपी मारा भाई ने एम इसके माँ क्या किया आओ वो तो हारने वाला है ये राउंड भाई भाई वो तो हारने वाले वो नहीं जीतने वाले ना भी चिल्ला ले भाई कमबैक करना है तुम मत करो हाँ भाई हम किधर कर रहे भाई हम नहीं करेंगे नेक्स्ट मैच असो आने वाला है क्या नहीं भाई नहीं आएगा वो डिफेंसिव फिनिक्स मैन नहीं भाई मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है अभी
At pistol rounds.
And also when you can take into
let's
consideration
go
both the bonus and then 3 rounds behind that.
भाई जो
in
भी
the
देख
first
रहा है
half,
प्लीज लाइक करो यार
you've got to beg that
प्लीज भाई
Wolves
सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो यार
able to find success here if there's any hope of recovering split.
अबे
Just making it
Yeah, make
harder for him.
6th man for Wolves right now, slowing down.
इन्होंने क्या था भाई
Side.
खुद को ही ये कर रही थी
But again, it's an early tester. And they actually make it
अल्ट किसके पास है ओमन के पास है और इधर
Drawn an extra body.
डेडलॉक के पास अल्ट है
Mid firmly
मतलब एक एक
controlled
अल्ट है
Wolves.
दोनों के
It's
पास
actually I mean, the timing there was actually perfect on the minimap. If you see,
भाई ये
when
रोटेट
Spring
मार दिया उन
decided
लोगों
to
ने
head back over towards
वाइपर
mid.
ए निकल भाई
Oh, this is going to be hard. It's juicy on this side of the map too.
Yeah.
Right, this is a time for him
पेड
to
और वाइपर ए
get a
निकल
good
ओमन
start
के
here.
पास
That's good
वही
for
Oh,
YU.
why? That's
पिक्चर को मार दिया
That's so indicative. Finding texture there feels like there's got to be more, right? There's got to be more.
अभी
players
मजा
behind
आएगा
this.
भाई गेम में
As the
बहुत
split
मजा आएगा
slowly
अभी
coming back over as well.
पिक्चर
Gen G
मर गया
trying to work in
मतलब
the dark almost.
आधी टीम
Now
उनकी
30
जाती
seconds.
है
You always hope that even though Texas falls there,
30 seconds left.
you'd want to see Gen G take advantage of that.
ओए यार
Able to play into this, and the cross is
ओए
that's fantastic from Wolves. 2v3 though. Numbers
Bhai,
still
come
looking
back.
good for Wolves here. Denied the springboard straight through heaven, but still.
3v2
in for Gen G.
प्लान तो कर दिया भाई इन्होंने अभी.
Doesn't find too much. It's paranoia. If it's well placed, could be perfect. And maybe a trade out here. Yeah, it is. Lysol
Oi.
going to send him back. Foxy9 wanted to get involved.
1v3 nice.
Maybe a chance here to build this game back. Karen can't do it all.
ओ कम बैक हो रहा है भाई WL का. ये देखो 2 प्लेयर उठे भाई, खड़े हो गए.
Like I said, well navigated initially here. Well, the fact
भाई
that that
यहाँ पे टेक्चर नहीं मरता ना भाई, गंदा कमबैक करते फिर वो.
but you almost expect, even though texture falls kind of blind through the wall, as soon as Wolves see that
भाई
kill
कोच
lead,
देखो
the
कितना
fact
भाई
it's
चिल्ला रहा
texture,
है.
they know to try and get ahead of this hit. And that's
They need that. You can see it. Look at it. Look at the difference in him already.
one of the few examples where actually
चिल कर रहे रे बंदे आज के लिए, 2 बंदे चिल कर रहे बस. चिल तो करना चाहिए यार.
kind of stop that from developing into any further threat.
Yes bro.
Texture's got armor and a stinger as well. He's given away, it's here. Quick paranoia and a quick pace. They want to try and pressure this problem early, straight up towards heaven.
Yeah, not looking phased.
Oh, they're
टेक्चर गया.
Texture's down.
टेक्चर गया बोला ना भाई.
No support there though. Could maybe make the most of this. See if that BB is in a really good position though. Yeah, lovely.
क्या कर रहे भाई
Now he's
जी.
got left in a bit of trouble here. Karen gonna pick up the stinger. Wait, Munchkin just pulled out the classic.
2v2.
It's 2v2. We're still at a minute. This has been fast and furious. The plant gonna put the time on Gen G's side.
भाई जेनजी को अभी टाइम ले. अबे यार 1v2.
Spring trying to pick up the pieces. Sprays and he got profile.
भाई बहुत गलत थे यार भाई, बहुत गलत.
Gen G looking to get
जेनजी भाई ये राउंड जीतना है भाई आपको.
almost did, to be honest with you. Lysol, again, you can't ask for much more when you go for commitment there to the stinger, but
God, it was this that played nervous. That 2v2 at the end of my, oh my days.
there's also the fact that see if that BB doesn't actually
भाई
swing.
थोड़ा सा ही दिख रहा था आज, तभी नहीं पूरा दिख रहा था, थोड़ा सा ही दिख रहा था भाई.
But that could have been a disaster. The fact that he kind of waited a little deeper on rafters, but second on the board regardless here for Wolves.
टेक्चर भाई आगे जाके मार रहा है.
Again, almost looking beaten, battered and bruised here in terms of the purchase.
It's still alive. No. But this scoreline can't stop being brought back, right? You give Gen G a window, they'll walk it. Juicy, brilliant, brilliant. The confidence being quelled
Juicy
now.
को लो
Munchkin
किया
taking
है.
a solo endeavor over towards A and gets punished.
यार वाइपर खत्म हो गया भाई.
Certainly.
He's in
भाई टेक्चर तो आराम से खेल यार, 1v4 भी कर सकता है.
Very active clearance towards mid here.
There.
Take a risk
Time
here.
to smoke.
I have the spike.
This is fabulous timing. This could free up the additional
इन लोग के पास स्पाइक दिया इन लोग.
Depends on Ash. I mean, still full kit of util could clear
भाई
this.
जाओ ए पे भाई.
Timing then
भाई
becomes
ये
everything.
पूरा खाली छोड़ा है,
Minutes play
पूरा
with it.
अकेला है.
Waits for the util to drop and actually then sends the drone through. And
One
I guess,
suppressed.
yeah, confirmation of 2 players. So YU now will be called upon.
A lot of pressure on him here. TP taken. They're already through. This is going to be a plant.
ए भाई
Yes. Why are you trying to spray in here, hoping maybe catching someone trying to get up towards that heaven side? But this is still a bonus for Wolves. But of course, that scoreline is such a
ये प्लान
heavy
तो हो गया.
weighing factor. The plant's now in for Gen G.
Juicy
Purify.
5 HP. Does have the regen, but still not really going to keep him
फिर
in a comfortable position here if he does decide to commit.
But if the util goes right, Mike, they've got
Seven.
Pain Shell, they've got Haunts,
और
they've got
वाइपर ही सामने है.
Paranoias. They just try, they need to disrupt the back line one. And that's how you do it if you're Gen G. It's back-to-back damage. Gen G making it look almost too easy. Lysor can't even make it through CT. There's so much utility in his way. Gen G suddenly stopped the tracks.
And that's he will keep 4 alive here. So much cleaner in their victory in the
Very
second,
very
second
nice.
half. Sorry. Again, the purchase not quite there for
वो
Wolves.
बोलते ही celebration भाई.
Have to come back in now and
एकदम
ultimately he's
simple
going to burn
celebration
pretty
कर रहे
much
हो.
everything
Oh,
in the
ये
bank.
क्या
Yeah.
वन टैप लिया है भाई
yeah,
उसने.
cool, don't need to see him.
I mean, what do you do? Again, see kills come through like that, and it's really rough for Wolves and frustrating as well.
Got to keep their heads up though.
हो
That
जाएगी
was a
ना.
bonus round, right? If you're looking at it traditionally, that's not the worst thing in the world to lose out on. This though cannot go the same way.
No.
You know what? Then it becomes 11.
and nothing in the bank.
Oh my
Juicy, at least
god.
for other than the disaster in
Alt
the first
किसके
half
पास
building
है?
towards
ओपन
the
के पास है.
showstopper.
ओपन के पास है.
Not going to get it in this round.
डेडलॉक के पास भाई दो के
She wants
पास
maybe to build
है भाई
towards it
अभी
for the
तो.
next if the purchase is lacking.
बढ़िया चीज है तो.
Gen G firmly in control of mid this time. Maybe want to actually dip their toes to see what was going on early on in the previous round.
This kind of rolls back to that discussion on the desk
It
as well.
to
There's none
be
of that real
करे.
cyclable utility.
IQ वाइपर वाइपर
towards A
कैसे
again.
Yeah,
करता है
Muskin
भाई.
once again. Maybe showing a lack of respect, but
This could be huge. See if Habibi, if he's read this right, if they've got this right, he's in trouble.
अबे
They're coming.
नाइस वन भाई. डेडलॉक के अल्ट में मिल गया.
But he takes one down with
वे लेकिन डेडलॉक तो खत्म हुआ है
And now
भाई.
Lysol watching that cross. This is a good position. Commits, catches, polishes, second.
क्या कर रहे यार ये लोग.
He's done his job here. The rest of the team now in support. Karen has no opportunity to play in from here.
30 seconds
1v4
left.
Spike over towards Hell. No chance of him having a say in this round, and you touched on that from the desk as well. Almost feels like, yes, the concern being there's no second wave almost. I think Wolves may be reading into that perfectly in this scenario.
भाई सेव कर ले राउंड भाई.
But Gen G
क्या
had
है?
to almost commit behind.
10
Aaron,
seconds
but-
left.
And I do want to see when Gen G decide on a timeout, if they feel like they need it, right? Because so far, I feel
कुछ
like
ऑप्शन
Wolves
नहीं है अभी.
have, I don't say a grip on this half. They've
Well,
had
certainly
a,
a,
good
a
start.
course
They've got
correction here.
Yes, they've got a very good read so far. We're seeing them approach this perfectly. We've seen Juicy winning out his fights
Wow.
over towards
अब
A.
देखो.
How much more is he going to keep doing that?
Do Gen G
एकदम
now
शांत
decides to maybe
सेलिब्रेशन.
try and feed into that a little bit.
भाई आल्ट में थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो जाता ना भाई.
This adjustment from Lysol, I really like the fact he just dips down, catches the cross, knows that pressure's coming from heaven. He takes the gamble that's not going to come through main at the time. I like that. Starting to see a bit more decisive, confident plays.
भाई
You're not leaving Munchkin out there on his own again, are you?
Well, don't expect a peak on him this time around.
Oh, pace. Okay, pace. Name of the game. At least to look to kind of imply pace.
83 है भाई.
Almost
83 है.
anticipating somebody
पर 83.
slipping ahead of that utility spring, not spammed out though.
अभी जेजी का वाइपर जल्दी मारा नहीं ना.
Gen G very
Gen G
curious
जीत
about
रहे
this
राउंड.
mid hold. Once more.
फिर से वाइपर आगे आ गया है.
Look at those salvos have now been burnt by Ash. Still has the drone, but once that's gone, you've got to be really committing that where you need it, right? It can't just be used lackadaisically at this point. Again, I like this from Wolves. Good control towards middle here. And the time's starting to be burnt.
Question mark on both sides, to be honest with you. Ash now clearing through with the drone.
I'd like them to bring an extra body back towards B, though,
B
because it
push
feels
कर
like
रहे
this is
भाई.
the right read from Gen G.
Paranoia. Potential here to send it through. Actually, the read clearance here to be made perfectly timed.
Really, really nice. The Paranoia just going to skim past, doesn't quite catch him, but they're in trouble. They're under pressure.
Texture.
Cross gets made this
Oh
time.
भाई
Spring gonna
texture
fall. And now you're gonna
21
see Lex trying
HP.
to take towards the side. Karen's managed to find Lysol. See that baby spinning around. Karen to do damage. Still holding on.
भाई 3v2.
A 3v2, and look at Texture's HP. It's low, but the plant's coming
Texture
in. Rachel
21
gets thrown through.
63.
Denies that quick
ये
springboard
जो
in. Now this
100
is
है
the
भाई.
post plant. Where do they decide to hold?
Cage triggered.
One backside, two
Good.
towards pillar. YU needs a bit of impact off this. Doesn't get what he wants, but Juicy slowly stepping forward. Nice from
Nice.
YU. Prying
भाई
out
क्या
of the
कर दिया
corner.
ये.
But a complimentary post plant now.
One
Texture
oh
spotting.
texture.
YU misses, and Karen finds
1
Juicy.
1
YU, this is a difficult situation. And Texture
1v1.
YU will not relent. He wants
Woman.
it, but he can't.
ओ भाई बहुत क्रिटिकल
Stands his
सिचुएशन.
ground. And Gen
बहुत ही
G
ज़्यादा.
step forward again.
Rough
वो
turn of
टेक्सचर
events here,
बहुत लो
'cause
था यार.
I think the
21
pace
था.
maybe bouncing off the wrong wall here from Juicy, because should have all but sealed the deal on a kill here on the plant. I see Fat BB stands his ground for as long as you could hope for in this situation.
जूसी बराबर मिला रहे
That's in
उसको
fact
बॉक्स के
why
पीछे.
you even corrects on that one. It's Karen, safe pair of hands.
पाँचों के पाँचों
Still
सेलिब्रेट
standing
कर रहे हैं.
for Gen G.
सेलिब्रेटिंग
Will deliver the
कर
11th.
रहे हैं.
And now this is the round that you're...
भाई पे
If you're looking at
What's
Juicy,
even-
you're hoping he's
yeah,
not going over
yeah.
their peak. But you can see where they're approaching. That's the ult now online. A bit of a different look coming out from Gen G.
Now, whether or not they're going to try and actually react on the back of this trip in mid, to wait for that re-clearance from Wolves and know that there's potentially 1 or 2 bodies invested over there.
This is a really nice approach from Gen G. I like what they're doing here. And it's going to have to pick up the pace a bit now that they've broken this. But they've been given the red carpet rollout, right?
ओ भाई टेक्सचर फिर से बचा है भाई। ओ भाई क्या हो गया ये?
Spikes up on rafters.
Oh, that could be done for. Foxy9 and Ash. How are they going to get back to it? Ram's guarded. It's
7 Viper है।
Spring waiting here. Bucky in. And he gets the shin, but that's not enough. Foxy9 powers forward.
अरे यार कैसे भाई?
Gen G are a little quicker to get to site here, but why you finding 2 is an absolute miracle here. Texture looking to break the crosshair placement.
Spike down A.
But actually, it's Spring to actually pick up the backside of this execution. Like I said, Spike falling on rafters, a disaster for Gen G. And finally, we'll force the timeout here. 11-7 the scoreline. See if that does continue. See, actually, Gen G may be toying with the idea of
भाई अभी तक मैंने
a quicker all-in piece here with pistols.
And that 1-1-3, maybe looking to try and catch or punish any of those information plays down middle or towards B main, but we haven't really seen Wolves having to go to that
भाई
yet,
उस दिन
really.
के ऐसा मत करो जेंजी।
Again, good reactive play off the back of the utility investment. And this is quick, though, from Ash. Already the drone going to come through. That's going to instantaneously spot the player up towards vents, that being Spring. Foxy9's got to be a bit careful there. Yeah, does manage to back away towards sewers, but gives away position. Now, there's a lot of additional support here.
Why you very lucky not to get caught there on the readjustment.
टेक्सचर अकेला आगे जाता है।
That's a lot of players now noted. Surprised we don't see an additional body, but Fat Baby doesn't seem to be fussed. Doesn't seem to be upset about it. He holds the ground well, readjusts up towards heaven.
अभी भी टेक्सचर खुद अकेला है।
Extra trying to find something, but Wolves not really giving anything away just yet. Rightfully so against this purchase. So 40 seconds now, and Gen G will re-explore mid.
It's still being shouldered by Juicy, who's got his ult. If it's panic stations, right, he can invest that. Still got one over towards site as well. There's the player noted. Spring can't do much to deny this. Going to get a good chip on the cross, and there's Juicy now being rewarded. That's probably going to be a one, but it's done. Juicy doing well. Good control, good confidence builders here. He needs this. And Gen G not finding steps forward. Faltering almost on the way. Looking to thread the needle and find those timings. Punishing maybe rotations and support towards that A side, but it's not to be. And out texture, you're damn good. But I think this might be a little out of your means here. Wolves are back in business. A flawless round, Mike. This could be the key steps to this game now, actually being back on.
Back in on the purchase here for Gen G, so towards what they've discussed here. Said the Snakebite just catching. Was the paint shell to good use as well, gets the reset actually. Slow down, maybe separate the remaining members of Gen G. But yeah, certainly looking towards the value of that timeout now. That gap all but closed. The hard work's already done in terms of the comeback.
switch up as well from Wolves. We've got, what, 3 players playing middle. You've got the switch up of the Cypher util 2 over towards that B site, leaving just one. That's going to be what, Lysor over towards A. Is there a really big read into maybe how Gen G want to approach this?
I think Wolves almost anticipating something off this drone early or Ash's utility.
Oh my god, are they just going for a shootout in middle? Oh, this is so bold. Ridiculous, and it works! Wolves igniting their confidence after a disastrous first half. Gen G, they're going to be on the ropes.
Going to be kicking themselves because they've been allowed to sit behind these smokes time and time again, then re-explore themselves. It's been Spring tucked back into vents, and this time around, the grand reveal, heartbreak for Gen G. Left to hold on to these 2 rifles and what feels like an eternity left on the clock.
And this scoreline, Mike, on the half, what was it, 9-3? It felt like I don't want to say impossible, it's just improbable, right? You talk about percentage chance. Now, even after the first couple of rounds, you're probably not that worried yet,
well,
right?
I hate to say it, but it was a 9-3 half versus Fnatic as well.
Oh, no.
Here on Split.
Bloody hell, that went, what, OT? Fnatic got
Feels
across
like
the line.
A bitter dream repeating itself here, potentially.
Yeah, this suddenly does feel like we've got a game. Like, the scoreline, as I said, suddenly becomes such a different-looking beast. You're now held on 11, right? You haven't been able to break through that. You've been kind of
I think actually where Gen G, wasn't it like 11-7 or something? Where then...
I'm like, oh. And Wolves are looking more and more confident. It's not just the fact that, yes, the scoreline is getting closer, but Wolves look good doing it.
Yeah, catching it there. Like I said, this is so heads up from Wolves, reading the situation, but it's on the back of, I don't want to say a gamble, but almost a guess to what Gen G are doing early on here. It's only really been the drone that's been shown. There's no set piece towards mid that Gen G have displayed. Here with the Stingers.
Look at the ults though.
Yeah, looking towards a pace change here, and Lysor going to have his hands full if Gen G fully commit here off rip.
And it looks like a jump spot in middle reveals nothing, so I'm waiting to see how much Lysor can do. This is so much for him. I don't know how much he can even live in this situation. He's going to stick on site though, going to try and play towards pillar and hope the support comes in through heaven, and it is. Slowly but surely, ult going to be invested coming out from Zufat BB, but it's still going to be Lysor.
They have to find him.
Lysor is so slippery around this! Threading the needle! So perfectly, and he's still alive. 15 HP, still breathing, finally goes down. Munchkin giving them a bit of life here. Down to him and Karen to make this one work. It ain't happening. Karen now has to back away. What more is there to be done? Look where the spike is. Wolves, with just one player basically on that side of the map, held that down.
Another situation, 45 on the clock. Karen has to hold on to this rifle.
Prize
I
possession.
mean, what are Gen G doing there?
They look like they're smacking into a brick wall. They don't know.
They're
what
able
they're doing.
to deny all the sight lines into sight. Again, I didn't actually track Foxy9's util, but I've been using that to stop the peak coming out from heaven, to isolate a sight player. Pit goes up towards screen. Lysor able to just exist for way too long.
These are frustrating rounds as well. If you're Gen G, right, you are great at this. You're not very clinical about it. Thanks, observers, for the switch. You're normally very clinical about these site takes. You know your protocol list very well.
10 seconds left.
They are not getting that right now. They are making some misses here, which is surprising to me.
We talked about Wolves being rattled in the first half. Now, seeing something very similar of Gen G here in the second.
One away now. Look at that scoreline, 11-10. Wolves are at the door now. How is Lysor allowed to live that long? As you said.
Well, Juicy finding this kill as well certainly doesn't make things better, but unfortunately Munchkin put in a really, really tough position to try and potentially pass the spike off, but Karen's so disconnected, waiting for somebody to drop down and then pressure into their own pit, but it just doesn't happen. It almost looks like he's just watched this one passing by from main, to be honest.
It's getting tense now. The second timeout used by Gen G.
And the crowd,
they love it,
starting to build behind them now.
Hope is the dangerous thing, and Wolves are certainly igniting it here. As said, winning hearts and minds throughout this. The underdogs, the whole way through. Through Swiss, they look lethal. Here, they've kept that up. Now, It's one thing to have a close game against Gen G. It's another to beat
close
them.
out. Yeah,
exactly.
absolutely. Certainly done the hard work, but they have to get this across the line now.
There's ults still here for Gen G as well. You've still got 3 ults, actually pretty impactful ults as well. Foxy9s, Textures, and Ashes.
We did see Spring actually collect the orb as well, so the pit available here for Wolves, so they could close off a section of the map. Kick things off in round 22.
Here we go.
Actually going to put
Like
YU
Oh my god.
into a spot. Actually, they might even play into this. He's also got a one-way set up ahead of this.
The only thing that can really reveal it is what? Going to be the drone? And Ash is using that in middle. They won't be able to clear this. This is still going to be a very uncomfortable position. So Ash pressuring towards Heaven early.
He's not going to get, and there's no way. He's going to get played in here perfectly.
He keeps his cool and he delivers Lysor again in unison. The dream is very much alive for Wolves.
And just like that, another round is over for Gen G.
Look at the time. 1 minute 13. The outcome is determined here.
Karen's still holding onto this same rifle for what, 4 rounds now.
Back to spawn we go. Again, this composition falling short. The drone invested towards middle. Nothing else to reveal that. And YU, great call from Wolves to do this.
This is exactly the recipe of a sort of setup that would cause problems for this composition. If the drone's not well invested, they've got to put a body on to find out where Wolves are playing.
They've done their homework today, haven't they, Wolves? Figuring it out. They had recent tape. They looked into it. They found ways to make it hurt. And these 2 final players of Gen G, I mean, you got to imagine the comms can't be feeling good right now. It's got to be tense as hell. You've just had your timeouts burnt. It is all down to that IGL, the boys on the stage itself. And they have watched this game slip away. They were at the door, now they're inside the building, Mike. It's 11-11.
How the tables have turned as well. Ash and Munchkin having a similar struggle that Juicy did in the first half. Unable to really have a say, have any input, to be honest with you. As Wolves now will tie things up. 11-11 here on Split.
Oh my God, as if they could take the lead in almost the final hour, right? In the final round near on. Now we're down to the real lower end of the purchase. That was the start and end of the round. It felt like, as said, this was beautifully handled. Lighter working in brilliant unison with him as well. Not just leaving him out on his own. It was perfect.
I mean, you can see on the replay as well, just walking into an absolute blender. Gen G can't really do anything, but because they're so invested, the casualty's too great to recover.
Have they learned their lesson? How do they approach it now? Trying to deny maybe late space being explored on towards B main with the util going in, but Gen G, a test of their mettle here. Wolves' confidence will be sky high. Can they quell it? Can they break their hearts in the final moments? Wolves need to react correctly. Ooh, this is scary, Mike.
It's all been scary. We're living a nightmare right now for Gen G. Unable to really get themselves over the first hurdles of some of these rounds. It's just a predacious approach once again towards this mid-hold, which has suited Wolves down to a T. We've seen them once just clean sweep behind this smoke.
Got these ults still. So much to bank on, but they're going back for this B split, this 3-2. 3 players from Wolves over on this side.
At least this time Texas is not going to be sliding into the trip.
Nice stall. Spring going to slow it down. Time now becoming a factor.
30 seconds
the tension, it's literally palpable here. Here comes the hit. Do they survive this? Texture goes in, gets the job done. Spring holds the line, takes down Foxy9. Spring in the backline! Takes down Texture. It's on Munchkin and Karon with 10 seconds really to play with. And look where the spike is.
10 seconds
it's up in heaven. 8 seconds. The time has passed them by. The unthinkable is happening. Wolves taking the lead in the final hour.
Just the gift that keeps on giving.
The crowd are out of their seat with him.
And they clean up the round. Nothing for Gen G to take away from round 23.
Ults were burnt as well. They've got nothing left to bank on.
It's just fantastic to see Wolves step up to the plate once more.
How many heroes does this team have? Spring there with those two up in heaven felt like it was a gift. Catching them on the way down, unreal stuff.
Fade looking like he's born again in the coaching booth.
Hold on, it could still be OT. They have not got across the line yet. Genji with one chance to just try and keep up in this Wolves, snatching away that 12th though.
Genji just looks so shook right now
They
from how the second half has panned out. YU once more firmly in control of B site. Cam will spy out one player, not necessarily painting a clear picture, but Prowler sent down mid. So Wolves still aware of the potential here, and the drone again, almost now becoming Genji's downfall in terms of telling Wolves what their intentions are. Haven't really seen it employed as misdirection too often.
No charges.
At least this time favorable in terms of numbers here. Only 2 members of Wolves. So in fact, maybe has to respect this and... Oh no!
How's he? He's dead and buried. Texture looking to do it all himself. He has to. Spring can't save him this time. That B site now looking vulnerable. Can he hold on to this? YU's been good. This is a lot of pressure. Good paranoia. He takes the space off the back, and now here they go. Lights off. YU! Oh, back to back! They're still holding on! Munchkin and Karen once again left with 10 seconds, and not much more, as this is a dream come true!
My God!
Defenders win.
What a turnaround, Lauren!
Drink that in! You will not see anything like that again from the brink of desolation! Wolves, bring this back!
Josie, it doesn't matter. Josie!
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Let me show you how the folks does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
kick off our day here at Masters Toronto. I'm now joined by the coach of Wolves, Fade. Now, so much of this tournament has been defined by the double controller players. How much credit do you give to Spring and Lysor to be the ones to give you that chance to make a comeback in the second half?
I think they did a really, really good job on the second half. Like the timing we had against their comp, like how we choked them, denying them from entering the bomb site, and how we tried to stall on site a lot of the rounds. So I think they get most of the credit for this comeback.
Thank you very much, Fade, and best of luck in map 2.
Folks, the plot armor is strong with the pack as they manage to come back and pick up a massive win on Split. The Wolves are up 1-0 over the world beaters of Gen G, and Kukugai genuinely could not believe my eyes.
It's so surprising because that first half with how Texture was playing with the operator, how Juicy could not find anything, just got completely pushed to the side. They get revitalized, renewed, and that second half, they prove why they chose to go for this map as their pick.
Oh yeah, we'll break down the entire map, but first let's actually start with the first half because that's going to bring us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And Mimi, you're going to break this down because Karen, we pulled off some incredible plays.
Yeah, I want to talk about Gen G's improvements on defense from the first time they played this map to this time. And the solution is operator on your Neon plus Deadlock equals you win on defense. Let's take a look at the map and how they play the macro here. They're set up early on with both the Neon, who has the operator this round, and the Deadlock over towards B. But look where Foxy9's util is. Sonic Sensor on A, Sonic Sensor in mid. That is kind of the variety you have with this agent. There's no range on those sensors, so you can be helping all over the map. As I let this one start to play now, you see how early on, despite not having a ton of initiator utility, they're using that grab net to get into B main. And I'm gonna pause it again here. Look at where he's posting on this line. He's gonna be all the way up in B main, and that allows Foxy to go back into mid, set up over there with his teammate on the Teo. And as you speed through this one, you see how aggressive Texture is. Wolves is putting a lot of pressure over towards A. They're defaulting to take A ramp, and now you see this first engagement coming through. Texture on the op, stays around, gets knocked down to 1 HP, but he does not leave. And that's what's crucial, because Wolves thinks we saw this op. There is gonna be players behind him. We do not want to go into that. So they are now committed to the idea of pivoting into this B site lane. But there's a ton of util here. A wall goes down. That's in about a minute. So they're forced to shoot it, give away the game a little bit. As you excel on through, still he's posted in B main. And Wolves, they have no choice but to hit into this site, execute out. Up comes a wall. In comes that Deadlock sensor that got posted at the beginning of the round. Foxy9 did not have to be on site to help his teammates win this one out. And credit to Wolves, they had some incredible trades. I'll just let the rest of this play because they almost won this round, but it was this 4K from Caron to close it out. And it was all about that great macro game on the first half for Gen G, which is why, GB, I am flabbergasted that Wolves have won this map.
Yeah, because then if we take a look at the second half of play, things changed dramatically. I mean, even just look at the track there. You were seeing utter domination from Gen G in that first half, Kukuka. But then, as we flipped the sides, brought things over, you started to see the Wolves. Little by little, those boys were howling, and they were picking up those kills.
And the stars player from that half, CU, Fad, and Spring, those pushes, the control that we were seeing over the side, it is so important. We're seeing Lysor here, but it could be Karen on the other side perfectly for the side of Gen G. Definitely, this Wolf roster has proved that they have what it takes. We also see it in the reactions on the first half. Even at some point, we saw CU just hitting the table, being like, I'm not enjoying this. And then standing up, come for us. We know exactly how we want to play that defense. And yeah, actually did not have the best of the show, as we can see here.
I want to give so much credit in this win to Lysor. He had great moments individually, obviously, but I think one of his biggest piece of impact on that map was his anchor smokes across their defensive side. You look at the last round, he's double smoking for his teammates to hold on B. The round he's anchoring A and gets a 3K. He's smoking for himself to play around it. He was doing that practically every round. So the anchor players on Wolves were always staying alive long enough for the rest of the team to rotate in and win those flood retakes that they just kept winning.
Yeah, it did feel as if Gen G at a certain point in time are really struggling to figure out how to get through, how to crack the egg on some of these sites here. There's a lot of problems that we're seeing on the Gen G side, which is not something that you're used to hearing. But let's get a little bit more insight from Coach Solo, standing by with Yinsu.
We're heading to Genji's map pick here. I'm joined by their coach Solo and Jen Lee to do some translations. Now, we haven't seen Wolves Sunset yet, and as you know, so much of this game is about the mental. So who out of your players can you rely on to make sure to keep the boys calm on stage?
감독님, 다음 맵 선셋인데 아직 울브즈가 공개하지 않은 맵이잖아요. 이럴 때 분위기를 다 잡는 게 무엇보다 중요할 텐데 좀 분위기적으로 해줘야 하는 선수가 있다면 누구일까요?
일단은 저희가 지금 역전당해서 좀 분노가 많이 차 있는 상태고, 네, 그리고 뭐 저희 팀 리더인 먼치킨 선수가 잘 이끌면은 네, 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Well, we're pretty upset right now with the comeback happening on Split, so I think Munchkin has to take the lead, and I think he has to lead the team into feeling better and having the high energy.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see map 3. Thank you very much.
You heard there from Coach Solo, you're going to be looking for Munchkin to be the guy who kind of brings the team back together as the IGL for this team. And Sunset is going to be coming up next here. You got this Wolves team, guys, who feel really, really confident after that last one. The crowd losing their mind round after round, kill after kill.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, how could you not, right? It was just so awesome to watch. But now you have Wolves in a position where they must be feeling like they're on top of the world here.
Exactly. When we were introducing this team, I was saying since that loss to Sentinels, ever since they managed to bounce back, they still have not lost a single map. And apparently against Genji, it was going to be no different. Now, thinking of Sunset, of this next map that we're going to see, I love the fact that Coach Solo speaks about Munchkin and how he has to put the team in his back. We know that individually they have what it takes. We have those moments of individual prowess and textures there and whatnot. I think that it has to be on the strategy because we still have not seen Wolves play this map in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll be getting the agent select here. Let's see what we end up getting and what the Wolves opt to pick up here, Mimi.
Okay, a double duelist comp with the Raze and the Yoru, but it's Yuka locking in the Raze on this one. As a reminder, this is the first time Wolves have played this map, so this will be a surprise for Genji.
I mean, I did not expect this double duelist coming for the side of YU. We've been seeing him in the more supportive roles, of course, in the Strongholder as well as a Sentinel. But on the Raze is something that I did not expect to see here. I wonder how much is going to affect Genji and how much pressure that now puts in Foxy9, Maxine, and Karen in those stopping powers.
Wolves are going to need to play those same Flood retakes they were great at on the last map. You cannot let Genji's Deadlock get set up in a post. That's how Fnatic lost to them.
All right, well, Toronto, do you want a map 3? Because I know I do. Let's go ahead and send this one back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypop.
Thank you so much. And yeah, the desk leading us in perfectly to, I think, this one, Mike, because we don't know what Wolves look like on this, right? We have no idea, and neither do Genji.
Yeah, and I think as well, you look at almost the heritage, the pedigree of this Genji team.
Yep.
They're prep-oriented, right? They're kind of set, rehearsed, well-drilled in some of these things. So certainly a spanner in the works, but if Matt wants anything to go by, Wolves can ride that wave. You've got to feel good about them coming into Sunset, even though it is a question mark for them. But it's a question mark for Genji.
Yes, it certainly is. And if we are just tuning in, you missed a belting map 1, but
yeah, where were you?
Yeah, honestly, Genji on the attack now, and of course Wolves on the defending side. I like this early claim of real estate towards B main coming out, and look how far they're willing to push this too.
Yeah, Juicy actually backfilling this after that initial showing of pressure. So certainly left wondering where Genji have set up. So they might even actually consider a walk through top mid.
And I like the reaction from Wolves though, kind of pushing YU up towards that kind of top side of elbow. You also have CUFAT BB doing the same thing from the B side. But it does seem like this late pressure, but again,
Juicy's continuing, yeah.
This should be able to allow for players like YU to keep a bit of control on this.
And I'm surprised to not actually see CUFAT BB rotating just yet, but the Paranoia will catch, slow things down further, and allow Wolves to set up.
30 seconds left.
Juicy, this could be the start of the end if he gets this right. If everything
set up for a recon.
Oh, right,
Ash has turned! He's turned!
Read it so well. And now, the crunch on the site for 15 seconds. It's late in the day. If one of these things goes wrong, one of these players has a shot, it could have gone sideways. It doesn't. Genji control and poise. Back to business. Wolves left wanting here. CUFAT BB can do very little from this. A 1v5, barely a touch of damage even achieved. This is exactly what Genji would have wanted. Controlled in approach, reading maybe these flanks are going to be coming in. Pressure.
Texture shooting out the side of his head, almost.
What the hell was that, Texture? All right, yeah. A little bit more of that. But if we look at kind of the moving pieces of that, I liked how Wolves played around it. But again, this.
Yeah, just spidey sense and tingling.
Welcome to live events.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is also, I don't want to say a negative impact, but you've got Genji who have experience in this. They're going to know to be able to feel out that tempo. Oh, Brennan Joshua here early. Good to see him turning up.
Game 2.
Yep, getting ready. Getting their prep done. But again, this is something you're going to start seeing. This experience does come into these moments. Now, as it stands, though, Texture straight into this one. See if that big okay, all right, fair enough. You get one of those.
But this is the start you want to see from Genji on this map, looking confident.
Decisive.
Because Wolves refuse to kneel in map 1. Genji have to re-establish themselves now.
Right here.
Hello. Genji, this is nice. It is so decisive. Yeah, this is no holding back. I feel like there was a big chat after that last map.
Yeah.
You even saw it in the coach interview, right? The conversation of, right, we just need to get back to this, right? Focus, be confident, be on point in what they're doing, get some good leadership going here. And they need that. But one half apparently means nothing. Wolves will happily take it the distance. But for now, Genji. Clean, concise, perfect.
And I guess as well what you want to see is kind of Ash and Munchkin get themselves back online, because first half of the split you can kind of write off, teams doing well, all good, but with the mistakes we didn't even get the ping through, by the way. I thought there was maybe a ping, but
I was looking for the
yeah,
assist,
I was like, no, it's not there. But yeah, you certainly want to see Ash and Munchkin come online here early on Sunset.
You need him to be the emotional leader as well when you're looking at Texture too. Keep those spirits high, keep them in that right mindset. It can shake you to your core, those sort of losses, but this is a great team when you look at Genji. One of the highest pedigrees there is. Now let's see how they approach this. Their bonus in the first buy for Wolves. And a very different beginning from Genji.
Texture up here pretty quickly as well. Just at the 1:30 mark, so able to establish himself in mid now. Juicy and Lysor also holding down that side, but again, these Guardians doing work for Genji.
There they are, they're shooting back now. Those jump spots not looking so safe. Juicy trying to be bold about it, be brave about it, but he can't get out of there. Texture. Oh, he's going to hear those steps for sure. Won't have the easiest way forward, but Lysor pulled away the trip. Kind of setting up his own downfall at that point. And Genji, once again, this is looking like they've had a mean old talking to.
Yeah, the whip certainly has been cracked.
Perfect.
Texture will fall a consolation here for Wolves. Well, Genji going to give away a couple more here. We're trying to charge this down. Do have the funds to support it. Obviously, this will be a conversion of the bonus. Aaron shows his hand. Getting a little weird, but Munchkin to clean up. Two rifles still in hand here for Genji, so finances continuing to build here early on.
That's really nice. That was a really nice shot, and just seeing it pop now, a really early timeout on Wolves.
Yeah, was it round 3 on split that we saw?
It was early. See,
the second was by round 7, but I think the first one might have been after the bonus conversion.
No pressure on him yet, though. This is still early days. But again, if you're facing up against Genji, you do need to kind of keep almost, touching on base here, really, if you're Wolves as well. Get that early conversation building, get it into their mind, see what coach has seen. Obviously, coming through Fade, they're going to be having the chat with them, get them kind of locked into this. Because right now, Genji have come in very confident, it looks like. Again, these kind of contact pieces up towards that A side.
Yeah, just as well, Genji's not a team you ever would expect to be so rattled by a map 1 loss, so they come in looking, not themselves almost. So it's certainly, this is Wolves now kind of saying, look, don't let things spiral out of control once again. Yep. Don't allow Genji to remain firmly in the driving seat for the first half here on Sunset.
So it'll only take a couple of cracks to show for those feelings of map 1 to return. For now, though, Genji have done exactly what they needed, right? Kept the Wolves away from the door, kept them at bay here. They've not been able to even get really feeling out the game. Yeah, Seafit maybe had a couple of kills in the exit, but that was about it.
Yeah, not many positives for Wolves to build upon, but a Shiko here in round 4. We were close a couple of times on map 1, but a frenzy here and there to mess things up. Look at you, Foxy9. I won't forget.
Scanning ahead.
Now, again, this isn't the round where you want to see too much going wrong for Gen G. You want to see structure again. Hello. Yeah, Foxy9 is just farming. Texture is there with him. This isn't the round that we expect to see too much from.
And can't fault Wolves for kind of showing themselves as willing to still fight for this space outside A. It's not necessarily a disaster here to take 2 casualties, but certainly a fact finder for Wolves to
cutting through.
Maybe even just acts as a deterrent here, still in the buy rounds, but Gen G have just been winning out time and time again in that position.
Yeah, this is great though from Gen G. If we're talking bigger picture as well, this kind of steadies the ship after a very rough first map for them. And it just keeps them feeling concise about everything, feeling in control about stuff. A good beginning here. And as I said, confidence builders. You got to look at that last half of map 1. It's enough to shake you to your core. So for them, this is very, very good to reignite some of that confidence. Pressure towards Lysol.
Careful now.
Not going to be seeing probably anything go too wild here.
Lysol desperate to try and get something behind that one way.
Texture creeping closer as well. Taking control of back pillar. Swinging the smoke handle. It is just methodical, Mike. There's not much going wrong here. Gen G making up for the errors of map 1.
Flawless round 4 conversion here. Almost repeating, what was it, 6-0? Maybe
it was
a big gap at the start of split, and looking like a repeat here on Sunset potentially. Obviously, Wolves going to come back in with a purchase now, getting close to that first ult cycle here. Juicy Sue, Fat BB, the ones closest here, just one away from the Sova, the Euro Ultimate. Why are you not too far away himself, but still some work to do. Texture actually caught with a stray bullet here. Slowed down initially.
Yeah, quick check of the TP2. So they kind of get to clear a fair amount of this early. And they do start their rotation towards this B side. They felt that pressure from the very word go. Lysol didn't manage to find too much impact from this position back pillar, but...
And actually burnt both of the cages already, so...
This is a nice kind of check off the list. If you're Gen G, you'll be happy with that.
Foxy9 does actually get his ultimate online with the orb here. Just cutting sound behind this, leaving Wolves guessing a little bit. Like I said, actually removing that safety net almost with the cages, but the smokes will probably reveal Gen G's intentions now. Looking to try and tag somebody on the back of the drone here. Lysol actually ahead of the paranoia.
Yeah, I'm amazed he managed to catch that, but Lysol does get nabbed in the end, and it's Juicy going down, so the site pretty much under control. Karen going to try and control this, get that smoke back in towards market, make sure there's no threats from there, and a really good site take from Gen G.
A body to the good as well. Man advantage here. 3v4 for Wolves. Currently still locked out.
Didn't get to clear the corner that Foxy9's playing in as well. This is really, really tough to get back in. Wolves going to try and make something, but Karen's still holding towards that smoke. Why are you going to find Foxy9? Spring going to find Karen. Hold on. Wait. How? How the hell did Wolves just walk into this site like it was nothing?
Strolled back in.
How?
Disrespecting the smoke a little bit, and this felt so comfortable for Gen G.
They had a great side take, good uses of the ults.
How'd that first kill come through?
Oh,
I mean, this was just ahead of the execute, but...
Individual fights against Gen G like this in a retake feels... Yeah.
Yeah, don't be like that.
What's the plan? Gen G, okay, that's going to kind of take the wind out of the sails a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not like Gen G to really show a lack of respect to a team like this. It's usually, you know, wrapped up, tied up with a little bow on top in terms of these post plants.
Okay, back to what was working though. These A-takes have been good, but there are 3 players here. Texture going to give away some of the game by at least kind of highlighting, yeah, that ult's coming in. Hunter's Fury now layered in on top to try and really add that stress towards Gen G. Texture's going to find Spring though. YU, good trade, but back and forth we go. Gen G trying to trailblaze their way in. Brawling out towards A, they've won it. The plant next on the cards. This is a 2v4. This should be safe. There shouldn't be problems.
Portal closed.
But that's a way to start it. A lazy check on the floor. Oh my
Not again.
god!
Not again.
A 1v2's doable. Juicy gonna try and make a big play on this one, but good positions from Gen G. Left side crossfire made from Ash there. Gonna be rewarded. And Wolves tried to get again in their faces under the skin, but Gen G in control.
Just before that, Wolves, you could see just almost the panic, the confusion as this hit comes through. It was pacey from Gen G on the back of Texture, but the Hunter's Fury just causing some real issues in terms of, you know, tucking themselves into sight, forced out into the open.
Again, the scaling from Gen G was so nice though, right? Like the trading there coming out from Foxy9, good spacing between the first pick from Texture. It felt like they were in such good positions just to, as said, methodically take down every swing that was coming out from Wolves.
Juicy revealed here, trying to make his way out into mid. Texture once more tasked with making progress, but playing a little deeper here. You can see actually there's smoke. Almost begging Wolves to sit inside it. You see Spring and YU happy to do so for the time being. It's a bit of a question mark created towards, I guess, a backstab on B site. I saw obviously a couple of checks here and now once the smokes deplete. It'll be fairly telling that nobody's progressed through. But again, that's going to put CU, Fat BB and YU in a pretty tricky position here with three members of Gen G now making progress towards them.
And starting to see some of that versatility from Gen G and some of their comfort in this map, it feels like, right? Able to work this map really well, cause these uncomfortable rotations and the extra body being put towards that B site. You know, now we've got a bit of a lurk almost, or maybe a bit of a position for Foxy9. This is all very, very nicely done. Respect being given to an extent from Wolves, sitting a bit deeper towards that CT side, not willing to fight out just yet. Trying to stall off the util. Viper's pick gonna go in, and again, it is step by step. Near on mechanical at this point, 12 seconds, yes it's late, but faith in their scaling capability. YU, what is going on here? Oh, it's worked! He takes away Ash! But this was in a round with Sheriff, so not much more. I don't know if this was an intended approach, but Gen G still hold all the cards here. A mistake made and a punish to be had. Gen G making sure they know.
Even here, there's a chance to potentially deny the plant, but it certainly doesn't feel comfortable on the way back in. Wolves, unfortunately, not finding any sort of safety in terms of playing these up-close positions on A site. I think leaning in towards maybe adopting some sort of retake approach here, although even being on the desk touched on this was where Genji really stretched their legs previously. So certainly doesn't feel like a positive to have to rely on that, but already 6-1 the scoreline. Looking for something from Wolves to get them back on track, and then a very proactive clearance through mid.
But I like this, you've kind of already set it out, right? The win cons, if they get into the post-plant Gen G, it gets quite strong. It gets very hard to handle with that deadlock in play. So get proactive, be willing to take a risk. Easier said than done though, as that side gets under scrutiny already. Karen gonna take towards that backside pillar. Yes, we still know Lysor is here, but he's got problems galore. Players everywhere, but he makes it look simple. Takes away one, Spring gonna find Foxy9, but the site's still theirs. Juicy gonna try and get all that info he can here. Can he pressure this one well enough? Here come the next layers towards this one. Gen G trying to stabilize. Munchkin, Ash in unison doing well on 2v2 though. It's not out of the woods yet. Ash has to clutch up here. Attack on the spike. Oh, he can't correct! Juicy holds his nerve. Wolves out of their seat as Gen G now feeling that pressure.
A second on the board and something to believe in now in this first half. Potential to try and recover. I was almost a little concerned there that Wolves didn't follow through on that mid exploration. We were almost hoping to wrap behind this execute. Gen G navigate their way in fairly comfortably. I mean, able to cut sight lines, kind of mitigate this risk of the one-way on main, which feels like almost the focal point of this sight hold. It's another situation where they can't quite stick the landing on a post plant on B.
Cutting through.
this time they've got to have noted maybe there was some aggression somewhere, information to be had.
Well,
that retake felt too good.
Did Gen G know about that?
I don't
Wolves
know
can
yet.
sit back and maybe make that the ace up their sleeve for the remainder of the first half. Not many rounds to play with, but...
3 players this time towards A though for Wolves as Gen G start their build up again. We've been very complimentary on this, but this time playing a little bit more aggressive on towards this elbow side. Nice. Actually, you can already see that Sufat did back away, but there's that swing coming out from Foxy9, but a good trade this time.
Yeah.
The additional body might make it a world of difference.
Yeah. Drone now to come through for Ash. 3v4 left through, but that's it. Juicy and Why, you both find kills. Now putting Ash up against the ropes to try and recover here.
Oh, okay, Wolves. I feel like once they get that little bit of confidence, that ability to start getting that read into Gen G, they get so dangerous, but Ash trying to make something out of this. Sufat BB is just holding onto this corner, making him work for this one. 30 seconds. Oh!
What?
Even I'm turning around, I know he's out of his seat.
Show me that one. Just on the back of destroying the dart.
Jesus.
And that was what, maybe 2 or 3 bullets tapped through the box here?
Why does this make me a believer? I'm always such a cynic to this. But you're on board. It scares the life out of me because you're looking at Gen G, right, and we've been complimenting their scaling, their ability to trade in well here. But Wolves' problem is oh my god. How do you not love this guy? He's top of the board as well for Wolves. He's not just the personality player. But Gen G want to get right back into it, looking aggressive, right up the guts, right up middle. But the paranoia is perfect, and Texture gets really put under test, but no, he's fine. Still wants more, still exploring further. Texture right amongst the Wolves now, trying to separate, divide and conquer as they lean towards B. The rotation gets difficult.
Foxy9 unable to really confirm anybody's location here.
Oh, Texture! It's gorgeous from him, though. Denying rotations. Oh, it's perfect from Texture. Absolutely outstanding play.
Just like that, a pace change.
The
Completely.
4K, the 4K King, Mike. Who cares about the ace? Just keep doing that.
Haymaker thrown from Gen G in round 10. Able to convert as well. Foxy9 did actually find somebody, the ultimate just off screen.
I love this. We've got such great personalities here. Texture giving it right back. Sufat BB doing so well on the other side, but it's broken the money in such a curious way. Look at this. We've got the operator
Yeah,
out,
we've got like a sheriff out and an operator.
But the pace though, again, Texture just keeps going. He wants to keep this kind of hand on the throat almost, right? Choke him out at this point if he can, but ult's gonna get burnt. Lysor is revealed. That's not the first time, but they don't know about Spring until now. Great counter swing from Lysor, bailing them out, keeping them alive. It's perfect synergy. Ash tries to do what he can, but he's down to one man, and it's not happening. Spring bounding in.
Just when Gen G feel like they could build upon that pace change, Wolves dig their heels in. But this headshot angle not suiting Gen G whatsoever.
But I feel like the Wolves, you think you might have got a beat maybe on towards Lysor, right? Maybe we can isolate him, punish him. No, they fight together. It's so sick.
And where map 1 looked a little disjointed at times for Wolves, now you're seeing players throwing their lives on the line to maintain these sight holds. Again though, Gen G. Quick pace here to kick things off. Karen 6 at TP on the side.
Oh my god, Karen, you madman! Takes away Spring and he gets them the sight. Does Juicy just take a shot on a timing? Surely not. They're trying to play retake with the operator. It's already a strength for Gen G in these moments. Bullet rattles through, doesn't find a thing.
Sound sensor up.
How are you meant to play back in? Look at that litter of utility.
Foxy9's, yeah, the utility just reduces so many options for Wolves on the way back in. Juicy looking for something, but it's a solo effort.
Gen G really having to grip hold of this one. Close, but not close enough. I mean, this is again the strength here. Gen G, a stark reminder, you don't let us get to those post plants. Keeping a firm lead at 8-4.
Yeah, a little difference here from map 1, but still certainly gas left in the tank here for Wolves. We'll see how that pans out in the second half.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
Still a comeback required on map 2. The Wolves, man, they've already shown us unbreakable mental. You see Juicy being probably the prime candidate in that regard. They can make a go of things once more.
So let's see how Wolves approach this. Again, we're somewhat in the dark here ourselves. Not a map that we've seen them often go towards. Gen.G on the other side, opting for the 3-play start towards the A side. Foxy9,
I was going to say, just him here, but on the pistol round, he's able to basically control a choke point like this on the back of his utility. A trade-off for damage, actually. Heard a headshot come through there.
No one else coming over just yet either. Quite a long rotation, so I think he needs to play safety here, Mike. Slip back towards CT.
I was going to say, with as many people chipping away at the util, you almost want to see an extra body, but Gen.G will got the I's, crossed the T's elsewhere on the map, looking for maybe a lurk behind this.
Still got that Cypher util in place, so they've got some security towards B main, but that will be threatened soon. The Sheriffs are on the way, but YU finds Foxy9, catching him sleeping towards CT. Oh, what a shot! Sensational from YU! And now, all the pressure from the choke point. All eyes can turn towards this. Yes, the paranoia goes in, does very well. Great connection, Spring better. Wolves clawing back into this game, leaving just Ash locked behind that smoke.
Now almost looking like fools, really. See you, Fat BB, to seal the deal here on a 5th for Wolves and a pistol round to kick off the second half. Beautiful setup here, and Wolves absolutely making the right decision to dig a little deeper, continue exploring. Like I said, with a lack of contact on the back of
Death is cold.
You know, Foxy9 showing his hand. I think Wolves read the situation perfectly. It's going to be one Sheriff in the hands of Texture, the side of Gen G. That's juicy. Really bringing the sheriff to the party here for Wolves. The Guardian and 3 Bulldogs elsewhere. Foxy 9 to retrieve the orb. Denial here. Outside B. Nobody from Wolves quite yet revealing themselves.
Gen G going to be the ones to have to be almost reactive to this at this point. Taking a gamble. I like the deeper search from Texture there. It's a little bit of a look. Could free up some of the players potentially, but hard to have faith in this still. Looks very similar to the first. Again, have to be very aware of Foxy 9 and that utility. And this is when you're going to be looking to invest. Here it is. Lovely work. Forced off the angle here. So they're going to get the cross towards the side. They're looking for a punish on this, and they're not getting is what they wanted. Wolves managed to stave it off long enough. Munchkin does well with the trade, but still, look at the weaponry here.
So.
Gen G,
Bhai, jaise bola bhai.
2 headshots. Gives them back away into this round.
I just want to see if Wolves can actually try and isolate Munchkin and get away from this side, but Lightsaw double dipping.
ओ भाई क्या कर रही है जेजे भाई जैसे मैं बोला वैसे जेजे ने मार सी अभी वही बोल रहा हूँ
So precarious on the way in here, but I mean Munchkin finding one on the reveal. Ash swinging through the smoke, finding 2. The paranoia certainly landing here, paying dividends for Gen G. Like you said, converting.
भाई तू सेंटिनल को सपोर्ट कर भाई वेट अबे यार यार
those opportunities. They are a team that will take them every day of the week.
And they will always continue to kind of toy with the rhythm of some of these rounds where Wolves feel as if, right, guys, we're over.
Around जाएगी भाई पूरी वाट लग जाएगी इसमें तेरा बैन खत्म होगा ना भाई अभी हाँ भाई खत्म हो गया है बैन अभी कल खेलूंगा मैं लेकिन वॉच पार्टी तो करूंगा भाई वॉच पार्टी तो करनी पड़ेगी भाई गेम कल से खेलूंगा मैं लेट नाइट तक नहीं खेलूंगा स्ट्रीम थोड़ी जल्दी चालू करूंगा 2-3 घंटा फिर वो खेल लेंगे आरा पे थे आरा था आरा गया भाई कोई नहीं अच्छा हुआ भाई 3v3 अभी एज 50 भाई ओए 2v2 5 1v1
This is so doable. Ash is taking it. He's got a half, but he's got the drone.
भाई क्यों छोड़ा
Oh my God! The dreamers stay alive and somehow do the unthinkable.
क्या था
A
ये
Red Bull clutch response here from Wolves. Absolute magic. And Gen G was set up for this, Lauren. They gave them this space.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
The dart stuck to him.
Oh my God!
That is just ridiculous.
I've never seen this happen. These moments are rare for a reason, but there is something in the water with this team. Wolves never down, never out. And Gen G sent back to basics. Look at the buy they're left to work with. Still in the lead at 9-6. But Wolves fight tooth and nail to get back in this game.
That rock solid mental starting to rear its head once again. Still 3 to find to tie things up here on Sunset. A chance here with just a Guardian on the board. 3 Sheriffs actually.
Viper picho bhai.
Can they follow through?
Take flight.
Munchkin up close and personal here for the Guardian. Right, the snake bite pretty early on. We'll spot a second player as well. Big information. Big damage as well onto Munchkin.
God, Munchkin's lucky to be breathing. Forced away, has to respect it. Foxy9 going to take a touch of damage there
As Fade said, just wait. Wait this out now. And it feels like a big win in terms of the trade-off here and the tools drawn out from Gen G's arsenal.
This is still dangerous though, a lot of players on this side for Gen G. Yeah, maybe one's down a little lower, but that's bodies. Spring starts to clear house though, takes away Munchkin. Looking for the follow-ups, they get it. Wolves, step by step, you can see the adjustment, Mike, you noted it. It's a wild spray raid for the Prez are answered. Plants now next. Yes, Ash gets one back, but it's still a 4v2. Where's Texture in all this? He's got to get over here. He's got to do something, but Ash has fallen. It's all on Texture, the 4K King. Has to keep that crown on his head here if he wants this one. Spring
Texture
down,
कर ले भाई,
3
1v3
players
कर
up
ले.
against him. The timer ticking away. Trying to make something of this, make miracles happen, and they're not today for him. Super BB once again, the closer in this. Mike, that tempo change there was tangible, right? That pause, that slow, that weight,
30
that
seconds
next layer to this. I feel like Wolves have got a bit of a finger on the pulse now.
Absolutely dialed into the rhythm of Sunset now.
One enemy remains.
Edging closer and closer to tying things up.
No one is.
Huge purchase here now coming in for Gen G.
Yeah, I'm looking at an operator here and caused a lot of problems in the first half, but we did see Texture dealt with a few times. Able to mitigate that. But almost now resorts to Wolves maybe a change of disciplines in the early round.
It looks like they want to avoid this. They don't fancy it, right? They get that little bit of a reveal, noting its Texture on the side. I don't think they even know it's the operator.
I was going to say, did they spot? Certainly, we did see him very active on Split in terms of repositioning, but here on the minimap, almost played out of this if Wolves decide to follow through here.
Munchkin once again on the run here. Good counter paranoia, but a quick TP, and actually really considering it, but it's all a ruse, all a distraction as Foxy9's fallen. And now they're desperate. Munchkin gonna go down. Wolves methodically taken towards the site here, but look at where the spike is, still yet to go through. Nice pacing on this again. This discipline, Mike, it's once again in effect, this slowdown.
Karen took a ton of damage there as well. He's isolated on backside now.
He could be screwed, 38 HP, he's got pressure left and right. Ash tries to help him, but there's no saving him. The sinking ship carries on falling. Wolves back in business again.
Absolutely ridiculous. Clawing their way back once more, just one round.
Oh, that's
Why over the top of the wall? Yeah, unfortunately, Gen G now, the ones left in recovery mode in a number of these rounds. God, Fade.
He's going through it, man. He's going through it.
Somebody get medical down to the coaching booth.
This is what an exceptionally good game between these two. I want to see now the depth of Gen G get brought out, right? They're a team that we've always...
How often do we say that?
I know, right? Like, how mad
yeah.
is that conversation to have at this point? I think a lot of people looked at the games today.
क्या कर रहे यार जिंजी मत भाई मत करो यार कितने लोगों का भाई थोड़े भाई बाहर हो गई सेंटिनल भी बाहर हो सकती है भैया चैट में कोई नहीं लग रहा है मैं अकेला बातचीत Watch party. I come back.
Believer in this.
Sorry guys.
9-9 is about to be carved in that scoreboard as Foxy 9
कुछ तो
has
फायदा हुआ है भाई,
forced
कुछ तो
players
फायदा
to
हुआ है
take
टाइम
down.
आउट का जेंजी को.
Able to recover that bulldog, but
नहीं भाई,
said
जेंजी को
4
नहीं
to
फायदा हुआ.
5.
सॉरी भाई.
Again, no
लोग
pressure.
कम बैक कर रहे हैं. WL.
Coming through from spawn here is going to allow Wolves to set up very
ना
comfortably.
बड़ा कम बैक भाई.
A consolation
क्या
maybe,
कर.
but soon as he deals with this trip.
All eyes.
कौन तो और ऊपर ही बैठा है भाई.
Spring off angle
जैसे
perfect,
बोला
and we are
वैसे.
at a tied map 2. And a reminder if you tuned in, a reminder if you're doubting what you're seeing. Wolves 1, map 1. Now
Wolves.
Genji are under pressure.
This is just almost the worst possible scenario for Gen G. When they try and get some bodies behind Texture with the ultimate, try and set him in motion. A fumble with a showstopper on the first half, but a double kill here.
That operator again, though, they were good at sniffing this one out before, right? Do they find it this time? Different approach, a deeper B exploration from Texture. Goes for that deep
सबके
line
level
here, but then
निकलेंगे.
3 players towards A. Was
तीन
using him as
लोगों
that
ने.
counterweight, right? And look how far he's willing to look
बे
onto this.
जाना तू क्या रे.
The Wolves relentless
भाई.
in the hunt here, pursuing the others in a quick evacuation, trying to back away here. But Foxy 9
जेंजी
might
मेरे
get
को
his
नहीं
man
लग रहा है
now.
अभी कम बैक कर.
It's the space back here, but looking like he's
कोई
running out
भी
of
नहीं
time to
भाई.
defend
अल्ट
it.
वेस्ट है तेरा भाई. अल्ट वेस्ट है
Panic
भाई.
stations almost for Wolves there, as they could be caught in this trap.
कुछ भी करो.
Utility behind
कुछ
this
नहीं.
now, so still obstacles.
क्या
Wolves to
से
overcome.
है मैं. पूरा खाली.
Still, well, call it 3 towards this side hole with Texture, a deep position elsewhere. Should expect Ash to maybe come ahead of this now. Paranoia will land. Actually buys Wolves some space as well.
That's 2 players now noted. They've got a good idea of this, and Juicy already so close towards it. The pressure coming in, and Foxy 9 looking a little screwed here. He can't hold the whole site by himself. The floodgates open, and the plant comes in. Once again, avoiding
Can't hold
Texture
it.
and that operator.
Like
Munchkin and
planted.
Ash tasked with a near on impossible retake.
Absolutely are, especially with a judge
थैंक यू
and
भाई
an
जिसने
operating
भी
here.
सब्सक्राइब किया भाई.
In the loadout, but Ash will find the first.
कौन नहीं पता
You've got
चल.
to ask for more from him though.
Yeah, needs another on that one. Not going to get it.
Good
Look at the
kid,
position from
boy.
Sufat BB. Keeps his head down, and then he strikes. Taken away by Munchkin, but to
तू
find
भी
the last
बन.
2 nearly
नहीं
is
भाई जेंजी.
impossible. Deep breaths here, Genji. That scoreline is no
जेंजी
longer
क्या
yours.
कर रही.
Wolves pushing up to 10.
Can't quite believe my eyes in some of these rounds. Such fine margins.
ये वो तो ढूंढ रहे उसको.
Actually almost on the hunt here. Munchkin did a
वो भाई वो पीछे भी
nab the
जा के
operator
almost.
on the way out.
एक
Sticky
गिले.
fingers on the retreat. But absolutely rocked in terms of the finances once more. You see here as well, Foxy 9 again, maybe you can see he's desperately trying to slow things down, but almost actually ahead of that utility.
एक्सर भाई कुछ तो wrong हो रहा है भाई.
Almost iced out of the game, right?
Oh, yeah,
Sitting
yeah.
at 22 kills, and he feels iced out.
He feels irrelevant in terms of the scoreline almost.
And that's got to be so hard for him.
Boom.
This is now, what, 5 rounds back to back for Wolves, compounding the problem. But this time, Texture is here. Can he be the hero for Gen G? The man they need, but they've also got a plan in mind. Gonna keep himself
Oh,
standing.
Viper
The shot
बच
doesn't land this
गया.
time, but he still stands his ground. He wants value. has to eventually respect it. Juicy gonna carve the way in. Oh my god, Juicy!
Thank God for that cage.
Bloody hell, that was on a knife's edge.
Now he's almost separated here. Can kind of keep Gen G interested.
He's selling them just down the river. Oh, and a lazy clear.
He got a second!
So well! Juicy, you should not be doing this. You're meant to be the bait. But they're coming back. But Texture still stands.
Hey.
He's still on the site. Doesn't fall for it. Texture, calm under
Kya
pressure. Has to find a moment here, but the smoke gonna deny
Go
vision. Looks for a second line. Doing the dance now. Wolves thinking maybe they got some safety. 2 players close by. The dart not gonna do what they want really. Texture takes another step closer. Finds a man, drops him. Juicy down, needs more. Gotta find more value. Gotta keep being the man to make the difference. Finds a second follow-up here. Banking on his teammates to bail him out. He's doing the dance. Brilliant from Texture. Still more needed, and you won't believe what we're seeing on the flank here. The heroes are both sides, but abounding YU, but still all
1v2.
and the eventuality of Siufat BB getting here is the ace up the sleeve. He should be the final
Nice
player.
one.
Lysa the one to do it.
11-9 भाई कौन जीतने वाला था भाई.
Leaps and bounds, Lauren, towards closing out map 2. And closing out a 2-0 series here. Juicy, I mean the hero behind enemy lines in this round, ahead of the utility, and see the considerations there from Gen G. Almost just doubting.
Stark contrast here between the 2 camps. Gen G pumping the brakes. It's been 6 in a row for Wolves.
Nothing behind this purchase either, Lauren. I mean, it's odds and ends. Obviously, we've got the loss bonus to take into account, but Karen and Munchkin ultimates available. Operator still in hand for Texture. My God, Wolves are the real deal, man.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
On the brink of a huge statement, another statement to be made here in Toronto if they can topple Gen G.
Okay, need to keep myself steady here because I feel like we're about to watch something.
Yeah, we're talking about obviously map 2 being uncharted territory, the scoreline now. I mean the prospect of this outcome, uncharted itself. The Wolves able to navigate their way into this position now, and on the brink of a huge victory here.
To get 12 is truly something that will be forever in my mind. Gen G stop. You can see look, there's been too many times recently. Too many times. Gen G, this is your chance to stop it.
WOL को
Stop
जीतने
their
के
fairy
WOL
tale
को
from coming true, but the plant's in play. They've not gone for that same fight here, Mike. It's different this time. Karen up in that 10 spot, doing well to take down Juicy. Oh, the disrespect! Spring doesn't
3v2
Flies in, takes
Texture
him down.
अकेला
We're
और
3v2. Foxy 9
Stop.
gives away position as well. Spring's got him down.
1v3
The man again and lights
ओ
off.
भाई
It's 12. It's not map
जेएनजी को पार कर दिया इन लोगों ने. ओ माय गॉड, क्या सीन है भाई, क्या देख रहे हो. जेएनजी को बाहर कर दिया.
He's toying with the expectations.
सबका सुपर प्लान रहेगा.
These side holds that time and time again look fantastic for Gen G. Wolves, the disruptors here on Sunset.
It comes down to this, Gen G suffering through this as Wolves coming alive on the stage. Taking space now. Texture, right place. 2 players, Spring on the other side. Shoulder shown, Texture. Under pressure down to 61, but he doesn't stick around too long.
Yeah, coming out way worse off in that trade as well. Now, Wolves able to reassess the situation. A pace change in the opposite direction now, slowing things down. making Gen.G sweat a little, which not many teams have the opportunity to do as they play through this cage.
It's all on this, and YU takes away texture. Down to 4 now. Gen.G suffering in numbers. Foxy9 trying to hold, secure this site. We saw the pressure he was under before. Doesn't want to fall foul to it. A quick dive in as well from Munchkin, trying to secure this site with that pit. Look at the passing though, Mike. They're off. And Juicy looking to swing this smoke. Pop flash in. No Ashes on the other side. YU takes down Munchkin, drop the pit. Back we go. YU's doing wonders here.
20 seconds left, they have to make a move.
Paranoia is good. He flies in. YU has done miracles for this squad.
3v2 भाई जीत
Ash and Caron
गए.
trying to dig deep tag, but the plant's in. A
2v2.
sacrifice given down to the 2v2.
2v2.
And they're playing together.
Oman तो गया. Oman तो गया. Deadlock भी गया.
Unthinkable Ash has
लोग भाग गए.
to save Gen.G here.
Deadlock 1v1.
The pressure mounting. He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think he knows, but only 7 bullets. So you've
6 HP.
barely breathing. They're both so
Hey.
low. 6 HP, 5 bullets. That's it. Time ticking. Ash has to find this.
Oh भाई 6 HP पे मारा उसको.
Make that space a possibility. They make it real. They fight.
ये क्या हो गया भगवान?
And they take down Gen.G.
Gen.G बाहर हो गई.
Absolutely sensational for Wolves today.
पागल तरीके से मारा यार Gen.G को, बहुत पागल तरीके.
They've certainly made a believer of me now, Lauren. That is a statement. They said this is the test you talk about with a dream run to come up against a Titan, an international
भाई Gen.G को
Titan.
ये नहीं विश्वास होगा भाई, इतना बेकार आ रहा है
And
उनको.
like I said, just
Superstar. Absolute superstar on the screen there. CFFBD has been the man to lead this squad, to make everyone believe in what they are doing. This has been miraculous. The fans on
भाई बहुत सोच भी नहीं सकते भाई क्या ऐसे हार सकती है, पॉसिबल ही नहीं. ओ क्या हो गया ये? डब्ल्यू खेलिए.
to get this across the line now.
All right, Juicy, I'm going to let you get on with this because Sufat is next to me. I
Yeah,
can't ignore this guy.
but-
Sufat, I don't think it matters what question I ask you. Everyone here loves you. They love you so much. I'm going to just let you say whatever you want.
Whatever I want.
Whatever you want.
Now I'm gonna say I want Masters champion.
Oh my God, चैंपियन बोल रहा है भाई.
How does it feel that every single round there's an army behind you screaming your name?
I feel so good because when I clutch, I heard you guys loud. Come on, one more again. Okay. Thanks for coming. Enjoy the Master stage, and I love you guys.
We love you, we love you. Actually, one more question. Your friend, Zelsis, is going to be playing next. Go on, send him a message.
Okay, Celsius, It's the gold. I'm waiting for you. I'm your baby. I'm coming. Then I'm waiting for you. Upper bracket. Okay, Celsius.
You heard it from him. One more time, everybody. Super, baby.
Okay, Celsius. Thank you. I'm waiting for you. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go, Toronto!
मैच होने वाला है, बहुत खतरनाक होने वाला है।
Toronto, make some noise and give some love to Coach Minnie from PRX joining us here. What's up, Minnie? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Man, it's so weird to see you in that jersey.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre. But all right, let's go ahead and talk about this real fast because you heard Devi mentioning the notes and what you've been providing for the team, and we all know you as a prolific coach, obviously as a part of Fnatic's incredible success that they've had in the past. What is your relationship with the PRX boys, and how's that all manifesting here? Because it seems to be working.
I mean, it's working, but I can't really take the lion's share of the credit. So like, I'm a very small piece, like just to put that out there. When it comes to the defense specifically, they approached me and asked me about defense. My read wasn't actually that the defense was as
यार
big a problem
आज
as they
चार्ट
thought.
में
I think
कोई
it
भी
was like
नहीं
a
है
lot
यार
of things that we could fix.
क्या क्या हो गया
But
भाई
for defense specifically, it was about getting
कोई तो आओ भाई
Ilya
चार्ट
something
में
to play the Euro a bit more like a Euro than a Jet. So that was, I think,
ठीक है भाई किसी को भी नहीं आना है तो मत आओ भाई अपना भी टाइम आएगा
What do you think
मैं भी
about
आपको नहीं वैल्यू दूंगा
well,
फिर
first G2, what do you think was the biggest tell for you to help PRX get that win? Because, highest seed of Americas, everybody has a lot of expectations. What was the #1 thing you wanted to approach against them?
I mean, preparing for games, I'm like not involved very much. We tried 1 week where I kind of gave them like a bit of an anti-strat, but we lost really, really badly. So I think I'm best used when I'm just giving them a few notes rather than like doing like a Fnatic level anti-strat. It kind of fries their brain a little bit.
So
like,
what were the notes for G2?
I didn't give them notes for G2. I gave them notes after G2. So my inputs are
So
what,
for
like
today.
after games. So for today, I can't say that.
No, I'm not gonna ask you
She's
that.
trying to put you on the spot there. She's trying to put you on the spot.
Talk to me, Minnie. It's a big difference, I imagine, from your time at Fnatic, being the head coach there for most of your career. What is it like to work with PRX versus the boys at Fnatic?
I mean, it's so crazy. I have coached like one of the most in the world, and now I get to coach like the complete opposite of just like plus W. So I feel like I've learned just as much from this experience as like I think they did from my input, if not more from me, to be honest.
All right, well, hey, look, man, I mean, you've been doing some good work with the players, regardless of whether the impact is small or not. It is still felt in the server and in the results. And one individual that I do want to talk about and get your thoughts on is Patman, because, Pat had another big game. He's looking comfortable on the stage. What can you tell me about this guy? Was there anything that you saw with him where you're like, hey, this kid's got some talent?
Yeah, honestly, when I started working with him, I was a little bit worried about him, honestly. Like, his aim is really good, but I don't think he like trusted his ability a little bit.
Okay.
So I think working with him was a lot about trying to make him get confidence,
Yeah.
Remind him that like he doesn't need perfect util every single turn, but he does have that skill, and you can see it in the server, like how mature he seems to be. It's like surprising to me. Like he seems like such a good rock for the team.
It seems like quite a contrast to some of the previous players that PRX has had, where it's been like all about the aggression, really crazy. From an outside perspective, it seems like he's the guy in a lot of rounds making more of the percentage play, keeping them up in some of these clutch situations where maybe a past PRX would have thrown it away a little bit.
So who would you say?
Yeah, for sure. He is very smart.
Would you say that he's like one of the unsung heroes, or is there someone for you that you think is a little bit overlooked in PRX?
I mean, I talked about something on Twitter. I think he gets a lot of criticism, but I think he's doing a lot, especially on defense, to win like the macro game. I think people focus on like the blunders sometimes, which is kind of gonna happen with PRX.
Sure, yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense, of course. I mean, Minnie, man, it's always a pleasure to talk with you, buddy. Hey, you want to give me a little prediction before you close it out? How do you think the boys are going to do?
I always predict the boys to lose.
Come on.
So that we then win.
Okay,
So,
I like that.
Sentinels are going to win today, but PRX will still win 2-1.
Okay, I love the logic is sound. It all makes sense. It all makes sense when you write it down. All right, Minnie, well, thank you so much for your time. Toronto, give some love to Coach Minnie and the boys over at PRX. Not only do we have two incredible teams going head-to-head in this one, but two storied coaches as well. Here's Coach Alex and Coach Kaplan, who spoke with Yinsu early on today.
We have a big game ahead of us today. I'm now joined by the two coaches of Sentinels and PRX. Now, you guys have very different play styles, but I wanted to hear from you. Could you sum up how the other teams, how do they play? I'll start with you, Alex.
Meticulous. One word, right? I think very much attention to detail. I like the way they set up in post plans. You know, play retake. It's very clean. It's very clean Valorant.
I like that. Now, Kaplan, what about PRX?
I think they're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get, but it's always gonna be sweet.
Oh, that's very... Yeah, that's really sweet. Now, I actually have a question from Cuba ahead of today's game. He wanted to know, you know, just in case anything happens, what is one thing that annoys you the most that might, you know, cause you to yeet him into the air? I'll start with you first, Kaplan, because you've done him wrong a few times.
Been in pain before. I think if we have a anti-strat cooked up and we either forget to run it or run it wrong, and then lose the round but would have won it, he's getting real hurt in those moments.
Okay, what about you, Alex?
Yeah, I think it's similar. It's usually when players forget something very important and then we lose the round, you know.
All right. Hopefully that doesn't happen for Cuba's sake today. Thank you very much.
All right, well, here we go, folks. It's now time to jump into the matchup. Let's welcome our two teams out to the stage and bring out these juggernauts because it's all coming down to this. The winner will move on in this competition. The loser will take a trip to the lower bracket and have to start the climb to the top of the mountain. But here we go, folks. Put your hands together and let's welcome your two teams to the stage. Here's Sentinels and PRX.
PRX versus Sentinels. And here we go. It doesn't get any better than this, people. Sentinels facing off against PRX, two of the best teams to take the stage, prolific rosters in the VCT, Mimi, and now an opportunity to fight for an upper final.
Last time they played, it was a lower final in Madrid a little over a year ago. SEN won that match, went on to lift a trophy in Spain. But for PRX, this is now them returning to another international event after a long slump to try and show that they can make another upper final, that they can go the distance yet again, Bea.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the Omen map select, Split is going to be the first one. Sunset.
Deja vu?
Yeah, literally, we just saw this in the first match. And actually, deja vu because PRX has also picked this map already. Same goes for Sentinel. They go for the comfort that they've already found in the tournament. And we're speaking about a Sentinel that is still undefeated, that is looking flawless so far.
Sunset will be an interesting one. Sentinels thus far, they have played all three Chinese teams. They have beaten all three of them. And in that last match against XLG, it was all about Zekin. He had an absolutely monstrous performance, running over with the Neon on Sunset. But PRX is a team that they are hard to match bar for bar with that kind of aggression.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough. But you know that energy is going to be on that stage. Both of these teams, fan favorites. You ask anyone in this venue, it's a 50-50 who they're going to pick, PRX or Sentinels. And I'll tell you what, Mimi, being from Americas, I'm not used to that.
Yeah, it is close. It is close for sure. For SEN, you know they're going to want to try and get in PRX's head. Zelfs is especially so comfortable on this kind of stage. Probably thinking back to that near PRX choke in the Team Liquid game that would have denied them.
Day coming in from Zekin. He was having a blast with the Neon, just running left, right, and center. Of course, this time around, he's going to find maybe more opposition, or things are not going to be as easy.
It's going to be a challenge without a doubt, no matter how you shake it. But you can see these players, they know the moment that they're in right now and how intense this game is going to be once we're all in the server. Of course, we'll get a look and see what this agent select is going to be looking like in a moment. But Mimi, there is so many questions, right? You know, how disciplined are PRX going to play? And also on this other side, how disciplined are Sentinels going to play? Because they have looked, to your point, incredibly flawless throughout Toronto.
They have indeed. This series is so interesting to me, mainly because of the crossover in these teams' map pool. Both of them, I would put Sunset and Split at the very top of what they are wanting to play. That's where we start in this series. And that's why I think this game is going to be so hard to predict, so hard to figure out what team is really favored in those first two.
We can look back to what just happened on the first one, right? When we think about Split, we saw that crazy comeback. It was all about the defense, all about those anchors. And Sentinels has decided to be started on that defensive side. So I think we can, think about the composition, then running that double initiator, double controller, the Sky. That is something that we barely see anymore.
All right, here's your agent select coming up in a moment. And there we go. Let's see what we get locked in here for our first map. Got a couple already confirmed. Of course, Jing is going to be on his trademark raise. Looking forward to seeing what he can do as he zips around the map there. We did see some Sky from John Cutie before on this split, which we haven't seen Sky in a hot minute, so that was actually quite refreshing.
Yeah, I think that between him and narrate control is going to be very important. Again, as the hard anchor, Celsius and Bang, they have to put up that performance. And when we look at the head-to-head between the Euros, Zekken versus Something, we know that Something finds the same effect that Texture does with the operator in this map.
PRX's double dive comp is so tough to play into. These guys are very fast on their executes on the attack side. They have a lot of power behind that. And in the post flanks, that is where G2 fell apart. PRX was constantly flying up, punishing them, getting ahead of that retake. But then they have that bot out there. They have to know how PRX play on these two maps. But it's always the case. You can think you're ready for PRX, but you don't really know until you're in the server against these guys.
Yep, ain't that the truth? G2 learned that lesson the hard way.
Yep.
And we're still waiting for this lock-in here. It seems like they're hovering over the Sky as well, and Omen, I think, is going to be a given here. But I would like to see them continue to use this because I like what I saw from them previously. And there you go.
The one time that they played at this tournament was against Wolves. We've already seen today what Wolves is capable of. And they actually, even though they started on the defense, they had a very rough half, only getting 4 rounds there, losing the bonus, that snowball that was in favor of the Chinese team. But for today, I hope that that has been a learning experience since it's been a while.
Indeed it has. Indeed it has. But here we go, folks. Fans around the world have been waiting for this one to start, so I'm not going to waste any time buttering up Bren and Sideshow. Take it away, fellas.
Yeah, neither am I, to be honest. This is bound to be an absolutely explosive matchup that we got here. The crowd is ready. We've been talking to them all morning long as well. They're raring to go with this one because there's history between these two teams. And not just that, it's a question of momentum. Can anything stop this freight train that is PRX when they've been absolutely tearing through every single opponent?
And the last time we saw PRX get a bit of that momentum behind them, it was a bit of a different feel. It was back at Madrid when they weren't confident about their own play, and yet it was working anyway. And who ended up stopping them there? It was Sentinels, lower bracket finals with Gen G waiting. Now that's not the case, it's Wolves actually who are waiting for them. You saw Super Baby excited potentially to see Zelsis on the other side, but I think this game's incredibly tough to call. Both teams playing really well, but I think a lot of people are yet to really get on board with feeling like Sentinels have beaten a team that they respect. Now, I think that's wrong. I think that people aren't putting enough credit on Sentinels and what they've been able to do because they're underrating the Chinese team still. But when you look at what Wolves have been up to in our upper bracket, in the Swiss stage, it's tough not to look back at Sentinels beating them 2-0 and think, hold on a second.
Hey,
that's a real match. That is seriously impressive from SEN. And it was here on Split where they were able to come out with the victory. That's the time that we've seen Sentinels with this new composition that they're running here. And I think there's a lot of history even between these two teams on this map.
Oh, yeah.
If you think back to all of the maps where we've seen SEN, this is one of them that expresses their style the best. Playing for those retakes, super coordinated with it, stopping every idea that somebody has in the post plan. And I think you couldn't get a more perfect way to begin, because PRX love getting onto those explosive site execs and then scrapping in the post plan. They are always going to be doing something active, and it's Sentinel's job to stop that.
There's a slight delay as well. We've got one of the players just waiting to get back in, but you're exactly right, Josh. This PRX team, I think, have inserted quite a bit of nuance into their play, genuinely. Even before this event, the evolution of PRX, no longer just the completely run it down, run it gun together, pack mentality. They've been corralled, they've been tempered a little bit by Patman. He's been holding back the leash, yanking them back when necessary.
Alex has been trying for years to get the discipline into this team. It's tough with this squad though, isn't it? Because PRX live or die by that explosive W gaming style. You don't want to temper it too much. You don't want to tell them to play full retake every round and be all disciplined in every moment.
And they found the right balance with that. They've been running away with it here. Everybody's expecting this train to slow down and stop at any moment.
It almost got derailed against Team Liquid. One overtime away from being denied the PRX run. And yet, PRX were able to make sure that they didn't get the wobbler after being up 12-1. And here we go, we're into it.
Yeah. These are two teams that are looking to make history. Looking to go that much further here at Masters Toronto. Prove what an ace is wrong as we get started into Split. Pistol round starting. And a heavy group up here from PRX.
Immediately Bang pushed off the angle. This is going to be a key focal area to pay attention to B main, because if PRX get it for free, they can do B pops. And they will find it very difficult, Sentinels, to stop that from happening.
It's an early nade through B main, not taking control of it though, just holding it lightly and now setting their eyes over towards mid. Posturing for now. Slowly getting down to that minute mark. And this is what I was talking about earlier, the tempering that you see. It's not the PRX of old.
But also, making sure that Sentinels didn't do a re-clear of B main. So, no breach util, no sky util, and now the pressure's on Bang.
Walking up and exploding out onto the site. Bang is under that tremendous pressure, but his util out on either side as well. A bit of a handshake of it, and supplementing, assisting. Second trying to come from the side here. Sentinels attempting to float all the way back in. Left down into the 2v2.
John without any flashes to work with.
Spike planted.
Dog re-clearing. Sentinels very aware of the fact that PRX is going to try to get aggressive into areas like that spawn push.
Something just trying to go for the reposition, just missed the timing onto it, but bullets are flying forward, smoke propped up. Viper Orb blooms, blossoms, time is ticking, and you can feel it, there's tension in the air. First round is everything. It's how you set the pace. Something not accounted for, barely gets it under control. The damage done to John Q team, and he's managed it still to buy. Saves the day.
And already getting a glimpse of how PRX want to play these moments. Choosing to try to take that timing with the Viper Orb up in B heaven, pushing forward, looking for it. Everything went wrong at the very start. Felt like Sentinels had got that. Big flash, couple of players extremely lost. And yet they win a crucial clutch scenario. John scrabbling for a gun on the floor and Forsaken out of his seat already. Do feel like he's been blossoming into a leadership figure for PRX in a way that I'm not sure you could have quite said he was a couple of years ago. Has matured into something that PRX desperately needed.
Speaking of something, he's already taken the first blood here in this round. Obviously, no weaponry to work with for Sentinels. Bit of a gamble stack from them over towards A, just hoping that PRX might work their way over towards that side of the map, and seeing glimpses of it. But slow and steady is how they want to go. PRX will be hoping to sniff out any signs of life.
And just leading with something, looking for the contact. Usually, if there is going to be a defensive stack, there's going to be a crossfire set up or somebody looking to take contact.
There it is, all the way through main. Still, that fault line's going to be a big connection. Oh, we're getting hot and heavy. Okay, up close and personal. Forsaken, it's going to be dropped and it calls for the pivot. Instant rotation now straight through mid, and there's danger here. They don't know if there's a player lurking, but still going to be leading the charge. That's for something, I should say. Putting his body on the line to make sure that they can get that easy access over towards B.
Bang with a classic. Doesn't choose to take the fight early. Waits for reinforcements.
Just trying to take that peek as well when he hears that timing. There's a lot of damage done. Sentinels could still be a problem with these pistols in hand. Pesky, unable to really root them out, but control of the site and the plant down for PRX is a good spot to be in.
Pretty fast flank here going on as well through B main. John took a deep timing down mid.
Fault line, good connection. Satchel backwards, Jing trying to play to a bit of safety here. John has been spotted. Found out initially here, damage being done over towards the top, but in the end, a swift dismissal from PRX. Looked a little bit scary.
A decent amount of damage done as well. They've got a rifle and a bulldog that they're saving into the next round here, PRX, and they'll still have some other weaponry to be able to supplement this. You know, something only going for a Marshall in that round, so he's still going to have some. But overall, this is where things really start to heat up. Sentinels are going to have a good game plan to stop these pops.
There.
Finally getting into the gun round here. Weapons online here for Sentinels, and fast as they go this time. Yeah, that judge is not going to be getting the value. We've seen Jing just wrecking havoc.
That's
on prior opponents.
Really smart from Zekken though as well. He gets himself deep inside there and just starts spamming because he knows what's coming towards him.
Familiar play for them still. Mid is going to be the goal, and okay. Quick little lurk up there. Quickly put down and trade inside there from the race.
I think that favors the defenders actually, because you've taken down that A-ramp lurk player.
Yeah, and Sen are out in the open right now. John with the reposition quickly. Zekken might just be tucked to the side, and indeed that is a bit of a punish. Something he sent into that TP. He's going to be taking out Pat-Man. Half of the clearance, it's still managed to just wrangle the rifle in time. Snaps it straight to Zekken's head. This is a 2v3 scenario, but still very much winnable. Just depends if they can take out John. He's nearsighted, blinded, bit of spam as well. Trepidatious trying to be assisted with that util as well from afar. Doesn't help him out though just yet. 2v2 now for PRX. Getting that plant down. No fast play, I should say, from Sentinels here. Making sure to slow it down for now. Grouping up. Still, it's Pat-Man inserted into the smoke. He wants to try and dominate this angle here. How does it get cleared? Traded into the 1v1. Bang versus Forsaken. Time is ticking on the spike. Making footsteps, making noise. Util as well, expended. That is a bit of a catch. Smoke in the back pocket. Going to be covering, obfuscating, forces the issue from Forsaken, but he's biding his time and steps forward for the challenge.
Small misread there from Bang. He thought with Forsaken not really taking any level of challenge on him as he went through into sight, that probably Forsaken was going for a wrap around the pillar. Instead, hadn't quite factored in that he'd hit Forsaken with the paranoia, and Forsaken was just having to tuck. Both excellent players, but it's Forsaken who comes out on top. And that's PRX winning the bonus as well. SEN are going to pull out stingers here to try to get a little bit of equalizing factor. Can they swarm? Can they find the reads early? Well, Zekken instantly detected. Yeah. He's always got a gate crash to try to bail out of there. But the game plan for SEN this round is going to be to try to gamble, to try to find...
And a lot of half armor for something to just pluck them out of the picture.
Yeah, that's tough.
Flash forwards, it's going to be that refight attempted with the stingers still. Just a 1-for-1. John backs himself away.
Not giving away his position. But also nobody from PRX looking to explore that either. They're going towards Bang and just missed the timing.
Unfortunate. Instant reposition. He's okay, just going to be running around here. And Divide just making sure to get containment going on in mid.
These are the kind of rounds, though, where you've got to give credit to PRX for baiting the play out of Sentinels rather than doing something quick and early themselves. I think in previous tournaments where we've watched PRX, these are sometimes the rounds that are just gutting to watch because you know they need to play with discipline on the anti-eco, and yet they rush things. Now you're seeing patience.
Yeah, Bang can feel it coming now. Turning up the heat onto the side, doesn't really stand a chance there. Too many angles to watch for. Down to the corner, stinger in hand.
Flawless,
it is.
Essentially.
Yeah, only one player going down here for PRX, but all that momentum behind them now.
And this is the kind of start that they would desperately be looking for. Something's going to drop the Outlaw in this round. They've got an opportunity to combo some nasty ultimates together. This is the round to invest from too, because if SEN lose this, they're going to get knocked down onto an eco. And in fact, Kaplan's already called a timeout. We're going into attack pause here. And I think this is a really tough one to call, because Kaplan can't particularly give them advice beyond the next round. The horizon is round 5 that you're about to step into, because listen, you could be going into dimensional drift where something gets information and sets up a fade ultimate. Maybe Jing's going to do something aggressive with a showstopper at the very start too. You're always having to react to what PRX are doing because they've set up this ult snowball. So maybe Kaplan's going to call something aggressive, perhaps, off the rip, try to rip tempo away from the Southeast Asian team.
Try and get proactive maybe onto the extremities.
Very difficult to do that, though, against a Yoru ult. Yoru ult speeds stuff up massively on the attack side. Essentially lets you dodge whatever Sentinels are going to do and scout it out for free.
And that's part of the trouble. We're trying to come up with any sort of answer on the other side of this timeout, because it has been slow going for PRX so far, but listen, in this timeout, they can just turn up the tempo immediately with the dimensional drift. They've got the ults to do it, and we know that is how they like to play.
I do like this level of a gamble, though. Narrate has his ultimate to work with, and so Sentinels are looking to stack 3 players over towards the B side and play A, essentially for full retake with that Breach ultimate.
See how well it works out. Okay, plan was called for. Aggro for Zekken. He set up nice and early with the fault line.
Yeah, and look, fault line, paranoia, aftershock flashes.
Second wave.
There's so much stuff that can support Zekken here from Bang and from Narrate.
TP to get out as well. He's not going to be shy. Breaking the util.
But that tells you that Jing is here with his showstopper just around the corner. Zekken, though, is a difficult target with that teleport.
And here it is, dimensional drift now. Right as the gate crash was really about to fade, yeah, so Zekken forced to try and take this one out. A lot of players being spotted out here with the Nightfall now. Scatters away, the rocket into the back. To no avail, something though. My God, he's doing them dirty, Zekken. Crouched down, pounds on the chance to trade that one out, but it's an instant pivot again, PRX. Look at moves across the map.
Look at this gorgeous lurk from Davai. Got himself all the way into A, pulled every rotate over towards B. With double ultimates, they found themselves in a 4v4 where they have the A site completely for free, and Narrate is dead, so no Breach ult to be able to go for the retake. Though Zekken has earned his dimensional drift, which will allow them to scout out defensive positions. But I mean, look how many threats are around the map. You've got Jing in a deep spot, Davai in a deep spot. These are all things that Sentinels need to deal with before they can even get close.
Danger lurking around every corner. Smoke in your face. Viper Molly laid down on top of it. Sending the ult flying forwards though. Zekken, as you mentioned, he wants to scout out these positions, but how do you root these players out? They're in every conceivable spot. That's a good start. Davai's going to be dropped. Sees rebounding and flash into the face of Patman, but still he wants to hold his ground in through the back of the site. Support, reinforcements is going to be arriving finally, just in time. Patman is going to be falling in through it, but Forsaken is already there to just fill in the gaps of the play, and his hold is just rock solid. It's watertight at the end of the day. This is PRX. They're feeling themselves at this point. It's 5-0. None of the signature fast plays that we've really seen from them. It's cautious all the way throughout, but with no mistakes being made.
It's an absolutely immaculate round. I mean, finding Narrate when he's setting up for the Breach ultimate, catching it, and then also lurking Davai into A is just masterful. The call there to cancel that presumably comes from Davai on the opposite side of the map. Guys, don't commit, don't commit. If it looks difficult, if it looks like they've got a stack, let's go back into A. Absolutely gorgeous play.
And the slow play continues. Something tremendous value that he's been getting out of this Outlaw. Attack side op has been a bit hit or miss over the course of this tournament, but when he knows he's up against a half armor, a lot of confidence. Sentinel's taking a gamble stack.
And this is where we were giving credit to PRX before. They were leading with Something's Outlaw and never walking into the stack.
Oh, this is going to be explosive! Swinging. They're just trying to chop these players down to the knees. Vulnerable dump. What is that? Every single player does that! I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
Another moment of hesitation. And perhaps Sentinels would have won just based on time. Stuck inside the snake bite, ticking down, vulnerable.
And it's Davai, snaps that final kill. If he got that a second later, Sentinels end up winning the round.
A little bit more touch and go, but PRX still in control. And this is another round to look to try to invest ultimates.
Weaponry in the hands of these Sentinels players though. This time they want to try and get that hold over towards A heaven. Heavy stack with the bodies, a lot of util. Going to be expended here by PRX. They want to make sure that they gain control of ramp. The tap, seeing if they can bait out a response. Now giving up that space as well, going walkabouts, re-exploring in through mid, just in case. Again, they weren't playing a slow spread default. They do have to re-clear these areas. A lot of unknowns. In through B main, in through mid. Jing multitasking.
Sen looking to re-clear over towards A ramp. And Forsaken's heard that. He heard the dog, realized that they've got bad information. They think that nobody from PRX is over towards A, so he's calling for the rest of the team to regroup on him. and they're leaving something as a lurk, which was so crucial in their win over G2 on Lotus.
They've waited so
Yoru
much
was
time
pulling.
out. I mean, the gate crash is going to be fading soon enough. Zekken, it's the last one available to him. He's tucked into the corner for now, though, in through hell.
The Zekas are massive.
Pointing the way. Just wrangles barely. Jing gets onto it anyway. Good trade all the way through, and now Sight needs to be taken. The Raid's holding it primed. Rolling Thunder is going to be getting ready to go as soon as they hear this one. Pac-Man going for it as a flash into the corner, and everybody going to be scattered up into the air. PRX, how the hell do you hold on to this one? Stumped up and taken out. Bang, he's already regained a bit of that control, and ground Pac-Man swinging from the side, and time is running short. PRX got to get a bit of a move on here. They need to claim these kills, but it's all Sentinels. Finally putting a round on the board.
Those Seekers from Jong QT could not have been better timed. 3 of them all flying towards the A site, giving away exactly where Forsaken had called the team to regroup. Finally, we get to see Narrate's ultimate with the value. With time running short and good information about where they were going to pop, they get that Sky Flash at the same time as the Breach ult, and they're there for the fast flood before the spike can even go down. But it's going to be a long road back to an even half, if that's even possible for Sentinels.
Also going to make it a bit more easier, though.
PRX grouped up outside A, looking to try to dodge the Sky Flash. John used that first one. No information, now uses the Trailblazer. Can they dodge that? They look to just break it with a couple.
That's a fake TP. Obfuscating the intent a little bit, and this Viper's Pit is causing problems. PRX, slow beginnings, they have often been defaulting into trying to take a bit of mid-control at the minute mark.
Yeah, and I think Sentinel's defensive setup, they'll be very happy about this one. Still full breach utility, Bang with a paranoia. They've got tools to be able to defend this.
Bang's gonna have to be that playmaker. A lot of util, Nightfall coming out, sticks himself into the back of the site. He's gonna look to try and pre-aim potentially a TP into the back. There's a Horn to deal with, and a TP back as well alongside that flash. But the Raids not anticipating it. Forsaken, he just scatters himself into the back. It was an ult from him on top of the Nightfall, cuts away the sound cues. They were not expecting him to stab them in that direction. Now again, PRX asserting themselves fully locked down and rooted in spot onto this site. It's going to be a very difficult task for Sentinels to try and retake.
They need to clear hell first.
All the way forwards here. The clone is going to be taking notice. What is that?
I didn't even see them. I don't know how Jing did.
Snaps 180 and 2 players deleted.
That's an immaculate round again from PRX. I said that Sentinels had the right players in the right position to stop that. But Jing flies to new box, something flies into the back of the site, and Forsaken ults deep into spawn, making use of the fact that they had that Fade ultimate that takes away all of the sound cues. How has he got the read whilst flashed up that there's 2 players right behind him? Crazy round from Jing. Just beautifully executed. Players flying into all different areas. Jing, something, Forsaken, they all take a Bermuda Triangle and surround the defenders on the B site. I want to take us back, though, to what we were talking about historically. These teams have only played each other once in VCT. We talked about it, the Desk talked about it, it was the lower bracket final of Masters Madrid. And there they played on Split. Now this is an amazing map for Sentinels, always has been. It's also an incredible map for PRX. When they played, it was the only map that PRX won, and they won 13-5. They destroyed Sentinels on Split, when arguably Sentinels were the best team in the tournament at that time in Madrid on Split. So, you know, PRX have just got a style that works phenomenally well, and it's really difficult to deal with right here, and especially on the attack side. So this is tough. This is going to require something ridiculous to try to come back from. But this is a great start for PRX on their map pick, and exactly how they would have visualized it going.
Looking to rewrite the history books as well from that last fated matchup. This time around, it's PRX who want to be gone even deeper into the tournament here. Deep Flash connects to almost absolutely everyone here, just trying to step up towards it. But again, Sentinels don't really have the weapons to be fighting too hard. It's been slow going from PRX. They've never been overcommitting so far. It's always just been dipping your feet in the pool almost, just seeing what the temperature's like every single time. Slow walking up. Not using too much util now, all grouped up, really testing their own fundamentals and trusting in them that that's going to carry them through. Raw aim. There for Jing, maybe if a better weapon was in the hands of the Ray, he could have handled it still. Zekin's there, there's walls on walls, obfuscating a lot of the fight. It's yet to be taking place, but now, moving around, wrapping around, you can see that dimensional drift. It's ripped off. Something was to clear most of the sight out. A bit of peace of mind here for PRX, and the plant going down on top of it.
I think it's really important that PRX don't put their players in one-and-done positions now. They need to be playing off each other.
Zekin's so eager to take that fight.
Yeah, this is maybe a bit over-eager, but he's played the situation. He's played it perfectly.
It's impeccable. There was no cue for John to play off. He had no idea it was going to be that deep onto the line. Wrapping around here, bang.
He made the long pilgrimage through mid, through sewer, and he's rewarded with a gun.
Needs a few more. Hold on. Something's going to be dropped. There's another one on the table. Maybe there's a chance. Second.
One enemy
Tippy-tappy, happy feet. Leaves it just down to Defy. At the blink of an eye. Bang!
That's going to get a huge reaction from Alex. You can't be losing a round like that.
Oh!
MasterCard thrifty from Sentinels, but one that they were pretty much gifted with there. Looked like a scramble from PRX. I think they thought they'd already won the round. You know, once Forsaken is in heaven and he's taken down 2, it's a 4v2. Where PRX have guns and Sentinels have nothing. Fair enough. This flank from Bang, unexpected, but the challenge from something and then Pac-Man out in the open.
What are you doing?
Exactly what Sentinels needed to try to get this half back to somewhat even.
There it is. Looking so put together for a moment, but falls apart in the end. PRX looking to put it back together once more. Players got to be ready that. And okay, Zekin was dealt with. Getting cheeky.
Every round, it feels like PRX are bunched up as 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So Sen, they know that they can take space on the opposite side.
Ult's expended now with a showstopper into the hands of Jing and just snaps it to the side. Catches John in time. Satchel forwards. Regaining site control for them. It's not going to be a heaven plant. They've lost control of that entirely. It's Sentinels that are in a pretty decent spot to try and play this retake, despite the player disadvantage.
Bang's in a decent position for a paranoia as well, but he's choosing to challenge elbow early.
Rock into the corner. It's all on this kill here. Something claims it. Celsius gone. Something going okay. Just swinging around to the side there. Hands himself to the raids. Leaves it into this spot. Good flash round towards it, but it did blind up Bang in the process. So PRX continue to accrue and add rounds to the tally.
8-2. Extremely powerful half. And I think a lot of these early rounds, it feels like Sentinels are expecting PRX to be starting in a bit more of a defaulting spot, but they're always running into 3 or 4 players if they try to early fight. You know, when Zekin takes a challenge there, maybe he could get out if there was only 1 or 2 PRX players starting towards A, but look at it again.
Grouped up.
5 of them towards A ramp. Makes it tough to stop. This train's got massive momentum, but Zekin, he takes down the tip of it. Forsaken dealt with, no smokes now.
Second wave of util as well. Flash with no connection, a bit of spam though. Bullets exchanged. Through top ramp. Both teams going to be conceding that space up, honestly, drawing new battle lines.
And if indeed PRX make the call to try to go up through B heaven here, they're going to be running into a Bucky. Zelsis, with money in the bank actually, still 2K, has opted into the Bucky this round.
Money's a bit skew-whiff all over the place here for Sentinels, but he might be able to do work with it. All depends on the discipline, and he just bides his time, holds it down, second shot. Pellets into the wall, saves the life of Jing. He's able to get that trade off and online. Fault line, even better. It's going to be slowing this one down, allowing Sen to try and get some bodies into the mix. Can they try and help them out? Bang, he's just drifting in and outside to side. Still, one player tucked towards the corner. Trying to take that swing. Defy just drops them all.
A 2v2 though, and Guardian retrieve for Narrate. Very winnable, especially with Zekin's information, but Narrate's got to make sure he doesn't take a 1v2.
Here it is. Dimensional drift spots them out. It's 2 players alerted to the presence, and it's not planted for them. PRX know that they have to refight for this space. All the way forwards again, out wide. Narrate was high up onto the perch. Defensive angle and a swing through. Pac-Man!
Not even sweat.
The difference maker!
He's a monster in the clutch, isn't he? 1v3 against G2.
was part of the biggest reasons that PRX are where they are right now. And here, a 1v2 against G2's America's rivals deletes Narrate and Zekken. Mini said it. He's got the talent. He just needs the belief. And the more clutches he gets, the more belief he's going to have.
Yeah, Alex just can't quite believe that this is his life, but here it is, the final round of this first half. No switch-ups. PRX didn't broke. I try to fix it.
They still have this combo, Fadal
Trying to go
with the Omenal.
Bang. Has the exit, at least with the TP. Horn's going to be spawning them double TP. They're hot on his heels. Satchel in to just try and catch him. Brown to the side now. This is SEN getting into these anchor positions. Heal online. Nightfall's going to be connecting though, and that's going to be cutting away the sound cues. This is fast, hot, and heavy. It's what we're used to here with PRX, but they insert a bit of a pause. Looking for the response, and now they're going to see it. Signs of life out, and it's whiffy from Bang. The dog is missing, and right from behind, it's Orching. Lighten up the feed. Oh, 3 kills. One left to find. Spike, going to be retrieved. Forsaken can get access to that one, but in a 1v3, Zekken is going to have to pull off a miracle.
The Spike is kind of committed.
Forsaken committed alongside it. Matters not with aim like that. 10-2 for the first half of this matchup. Now I was expecting explosive, I was expecting pace, but honestly, it was a slow crawl from PRX. They were playing their own game.
I was also expecting a bit more competition coming out here in this first half. SEN looking slow to begin. In a map where I think they should have been able to set up some nice retake scenarios. PRX are just too sharp. Look at Jing here.
Absolutely unreal form from PRX, and they're looking to try and take away this map nice and early. We're going to be finding out the conclusion of it on the other side.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Two players have been leading the scoreboard in terms of their just output as well, but it's Jing and Patman, honestly. Jing has been putting up phenomenal numbers this entire time, but Patman as well as another player that, you know, the Desk has been highlighting it, we've been highlighting it. He's added this extra element that's been sorely needed for PRX for the longest of times, and he's delivering now on the biggest stage.
Yeah, you see it reflected here in the Coinbase Econ report, but I think Jing on their attack side, especially in this tournament, has just been ripping people apart. I think some of it is looking towards their defense side, getting a bit more value from their big players. Jing, something on that half, but when it comes to attack, the pathing, the feel of the timings and entering, it's all been wonderful. And frankly, 10-2, you shouldn't have too many doubts about them closing it out. Now, okay, it's PRX. We've seen the game against Liquid. We all know what happened there, and what nearly ended up losing their entire tournament run. I mean, they were, you know, an overtime away from not even being here. But generally speaking, this should be absolute dominance.
It's definitely going to be at the back of the PRX players' heads, I think, thinking about making sure they don't lose grip of opportunities, especially when they put themselves in a good spots like this. But Sentinels trying to turn that around entirely here with a pistol round win. Easy access to the A site. There's no resistance. Full retake going to be played here by PRX, but they have given up A heaven. Screens control a lot of it. They're going to have to start to re-clear it now. We can see moves being made. Second holding the flash. A refight is going to be called for, and there it is. Paranoia forwards. Did not catch onto something, though. He was the only player that could stand up to that. And indeed he does. Wins it out. Zelsis just trying to bide his time as well, wrapping from behind.
Oh my God.
He's that backup policy. The PRX are not slowing down. They're not going to give you a moment to breathe. They've swarmed the site. Paramount with the defuse already, and they're just trying to hunt down these last remaining players. Bodyguards.
Oh, you won't find a better round than that from something. That is sick. He's playing anti-flash in heaven, completely shuts down Sentinel's refight, and then he rips a teleport, a gate crash into backside to follow up on the paranoia. Look at that.
That's beautiful.
That is gorgeous. Team play, coordination, and all set up so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a masterclass. That is brilliant. And SEN are going to pull out those America's Stingers to see if they can turn this around, but my God, the damage has been done already, surely.
It has. It's the last resort at this point. Easily dealing with second. Chopping him down on the knees with a Guardian in hand. Full group up from Sentinels. They're looking to really just try and take this one with bodies and by storm, but again, something is holding it down. Jing's by his side. Going to be calling for a refight of their own. Flash forwards, no connection. Nobody blinded, but okay, Defy! Trying to turn him into mincemeat with that judge in hand. There's a 2v3. PRX can't get too ahead of themselves, but so much damage done. Won't take much to bring down Zelsis and the rate.
And incredible confidence from something. Throws down the teleport into Mail, and then he's getting around all the way behind.
See him just through the X-ray. Paranoia's good. Blind's going to be slowing down the approach once more. Smoke in their faces. They're just trying to push them into something.
They're
just
trapped.
in case. They are. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. You're going to try and fight your way out. But against Forsaken, good luck.
That force buy of the Stingers may well be the last hurrah for Sentinels here on Split. Last time they played against each other, 13-5 was the scoreline for PRX on Split. I think this looks even more dominant today. Now, having said that, Sentinels did end up winning that match 3-1. In fact, final match was Sunset, which is where we're going next, but it's going to have to be a huge turnaround for this series not to just look massively one-sided. Stingers again.
Has to be. PRX up to 12 now. A lot of damage done. Jing decayed down, going to be regenning all the way back up at least partially. And this is a spread approach from Sentinels. We're actually exploring other areas of the map, not just A main for once. It's mainly PRX though that we're doing that on our own attack side. Still, it's nice to see that the rest of Split does exist.
Using double initiator utility to try to get up mid, put pressure on Devi. But these players with light armor, most of them. Oh no, most full armor, but still, they will go down like mulch.
On multiple fronts. Sentinels, they run over them B main, they run over them heaven as well. That's going to unlock the site for their taking. Heal online as well, make sure to shore up the weaknesses, and PRX are going to try and play this one now. Patman and Jing side by side in a 2v4.
First time it feels
going for it.
Yeah, it's first time it feels like we've had PRX in a spot where they aren't ready to go for that flood defend. They aren't up players. SEN completely in their proper spots for the post plan. But also not really that much of an opportunity to upgrade to better weapons. There's still 3 on Sentinels that are running the Stinger and bang with a Guardian. Can they get guns on the retreat?
Jing was hoping, I think, to maybe get an exit or two. Don't think you're going to want to keep the judge.
I mean, you don't necessarily need the exit kills here. Look, SEN are still saving 0 proper rifles.
Yeah.
And there's also 9 opportunities for PRX to close this out. Something tapping away on the keyboard. I mean, the spirits are so high for PRX.
And it can feel it. It's about as good as a beginning as you could hope for. 12-3. We're all just wondering at this point, what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Re-clearance there with a fault line, trying to take a bit of B main control. Sentinels, they earn it, but they back themselves away.
It's a flurry of utility on both sides towards B main, but it's PRX who are more bold.
Drop Jing, he's just gone walkabouts, hunting for a kill, but he's handed a freebie. Straight over here to Sentinels. Vi trying to re-clear some of that space and regain that gun. Does so successfully.
This control, though, that Forsaken's got in B main is really important.
Yeah. He's going to be painting out a pretty picture now to PRX, and look at Devi, his position. He's moving over towards A to reinforce it. Just from that B main control, they've got the read that this is going to be ending over towards A. Up through heaven, flash, no connection, dodge for now! Devi! He's got the horseshoe out, don't know where it is, not going to ask for the location, but he's claimed 2 anyway. In a 4v3, something is close, and no one is watching! Pure domination for PRX.
And Sentinels get obliterated, wiped away there on Split. Not in any way what we were expecting coming in. I thought we'd have a much more even game, but they were immaculate here today, PRX. Something and Jing couldn't do any wrong.
Immaculate gameplay, and what a beginning here for PRX. A team is looking to go that much further at this tournament here. There's all those questions here, but they've answered many of them by just absolutely dismantling Sentinels. And we're going to be stepping away, of course. GB and the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down for map number 1. Do not go anywhere.
Batman, scary, yeah? I almost lost that round, boys. It's okay, man. It's okay, man.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey. Let me show you how the Fox does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
We now have one hell of a roster here on the floor. I am joined by the Lorax. The Lorax, how's it going so far, Toronto? Enough trees? Enough trees. And I'm also joined by Brenshaw. Josh, I thought we were casting the game so far.
I need to take a break to come down here. Play a little Rochambeau.
A little bit of a Rochambeau, and we're also blessed by the Pope once again. Sorry, Your Holiness. I need you to bless this game and also call the rock, paper, scissors for me. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
So let's start with the blessing first. What words do you have to say?
Bless to the game, bless to the winners, bless to all the people at this wonderful event, and let's go.
All right, so we're going to do this on shoot. Are you ready, Your Holiness?
Yes.
Call the rules.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, a little
Okay,
bit
tie. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Tied again.
It's going to go for a while. Go ahead.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, so that's 1 for Brenshaw.
For Brenshaw. Ready for the next round? 3, 2, 1, shoot.
3, 2, 1, shoot. Oh, okay, it's a 1-1, but at the same time, you get to sub out. All right, so I got brothers, let's finish our holiness.
It's a completely different person. It's
Who is this guy?
In a 2v1, I don't think this is fair.
3, 2, 1, shoot. One more.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
One more.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Oh, it's going to be the Lorax. Sorry, Brent Show. You're going to have to hurry up. You're going to have to get back to the casting booth.
I'll be
Thank you so much, and let's head back to the game.
Vamos!
What a dominant start here for PRX. I'm now joined by their coach, Alex. Now, before the game, you told me Sentinel's playstyle was meticulous and clean, but you guys were actually the ones that was almost flawless. So was this your game plan all along? Have they executed your vision?
Yeah, I mean, we really didn't want to rush them because we knew that they would be like super prepared for it. So we tried to make sure that we slowed everything down for this particular game. Yeah, I think they did a great job.
Thank you very much, Alex. Hopefully you bring this home.
Wow, what a game we just witnessed there. This is Sideshow. Well,
You don't sound like him
That's
in the slightest.
Can you do
GB.
it?
No, I can't do it. I won't pretend to do it.
10 out of 10. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, wow, that was a
Quick?
that was a quick one. How long was that? I went to the bathroom, came back, it was over. Crazy. In any case, though, kind of like a Verizon high-speed moment. This one is going to go to Jing because Jing is just doing Jing things again. I mean, Kukuka.
Yeah.
You heard Coach Alex talking about this team playing slower, but yet you see them do things like this, and you're like, slow is a different definition for you.
He shot everything. It doesn't matter if it was the clone. In this case, it even grants him the other two players a flash right out of that smoke. The timing for that, finding those two. The double duelist for PRX just being as effective as always. Something in those openers, time and time again, round after round. He was finding so many of those. And on the other hand, you had Batman clutching, just getting insane rounds. Yeah, it was a 13-3. What do you expect me to say?
Yeah, that was a crazy song from PRX. It was interesting because I think they did slow things down compared to the last time that they played on Split, where they were also successful. But they weren't doing a ton of crazy defaulting. They weren't, you know, in most rounds calling some crazy macro idea.
Interpretation of slow.
Yeah, there was a couple good lurks from Divide that netted around, but for the most part, it was just kind of walking around, finding some of these first picks, and then converting with really strong post plans.
And if you could see in that graphic, 7 first kills for the side of Sentinels. They only won 3 rounds. And in fact, in many of the rounds, we saw Zekken trying to go on A, trying to find the first one, and actually finding it. But PRX bringing in the chaos round after round. Also, most of the rounds, well, 90% of the rounds that they got the spike down, which we were pretty eager to do, obviously, that's what you're doing in this game, that translated into a round win. If we really think about it, the 2 rounds that Sentinels won from their defense was that one round from Narrate with the ultimate, very well executed, but it's not something that you're going to have all the time, and Bank going completely crazy.
It does really feel like a redo of the G2 game on Split, because while that one ended up being really close, it was mostly close because of G2's attacking side. On defense, or on the attack side for PRX, they were almost perfect in that game. Same here again, and it's a similar thread, right? When they're getting into these post plans, their players are so willing to play up, to fight off each other, and they are so fast at getting these multi-kills. Look at the amount of rounds where one PRX player is getting 2, 3 kills and nearly single-handedly closing out.
And you see Forsaken, those paranoias, the effect that he was having. I am not going to lie, this morning I woke up, I went on Twitter, and I saw a tweet that he posted right after the gym, and I should have known. I should have known right in there that Forsaken was winning today.
He got those gains in the gym, now he's getting those gains in the server.
And this is now a really scary position for SEN. You look back to their failure in Bangkok, going out early in that tournament, and a lot of what the team talked about after that was troubles with the mental, right? Going down in games, struggling to get back into it, players feeling a little bit tilted, a little bit off, and that is a hell of a game to lose. A map you're historically excellent at, crushed in that way.
Yeah, and probably if we look at here, we see Junkie T at the bottom, and it's something that we do not see all the time. And maybe we have to bring in the conversation, this changes, and bring it in the sky, and how effective it must be in any map. Like in some instances, you could even see him try and pop flash, something that is just not going to work. And as I'm saying, with a team that wants to fight all the time, how quick everyone from PRX is going to go. They do not care. They're very quick in their reacts. You will not flash them.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for Sentinels to have to deal with that. What is Coach Kaplan thinking as he gets ready for map 2? We have Yinsu standing by.
Ahead of Sunset, I'm joined by Sentinels coach Kaplan. Now, Device Sage is such a hallmark of their identity with their Sunset comps. You've actually faced that before last year. How do you deal with his Sage?
Yeah, they only have a few losses on this map. One of them is to us when they're playing that kind of comp. I don't want to give anything away before we play, but hopefully people can stay tuned and we can teach everyone how to do it.
You heard him. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Coach Kaplan saying, hey, they're going to teach people how to beat this team on Sunset. But, hey, you look at that 13-3 on Split. I got to feel pretty damn good about PRX going into map 2.
Yeah, speaking of 13-3s and speaking of Sunset, the last map that these two played against each other before today in that lower bracket in Madrid that we were referencing earlier was Sunset.
Yep,
and that is
right.
what Kaplan is speaking about. If they are to show the same composition, which I do not think, I think that they will stick to what they're doing right now, not going back to the Gecko and the KO. PRX could have had a different fate, but now they should be scared because the momentum is all in the side of PRX.
Yeah, squarely on their side. PRX really just taking these corners and taking these fights like they know they're not going to lose, like they have the spoiler available to them. But here comes the agents, they're locking things in here, and yeah, I mean, basically getting the same thing for PRX.
Yeah, we are running it back for PRX, the Sage comp that they have been running in some variation for a very long time. That's what Coach Kaplan was alluding to. If you're looking at a Sentinels bounce back, you have to look to Zekin. He was unbelievable in their last map of Sunset against XLG. He's the guy who can bring the momentum, bring the energy to try and get them back into this game.
Yeah, and especially with them starting on the defense again, given the chance of for PRX now having the chance of setting up the pace just like they did on Split.
The Sage is weird though, it throws off your timings on your retakes. You have to break the wall, fight through slows.
Walls?
No one in NA plays a comp like this, so ever since that last time they played PRX last year, this is only going to be the second time they're seeing this kind of composition.
Pressure's on here for Sentinels. They got to keep the drive alive here. This is the opportunity for them to do it. They've done it before against PRX, as we've noted multiple times now. But this feels like a different PRX. It feels like a PRX that plays with not just confidence, but with an understanding of exactly what they want to execute on, maybe.
And they're so confident after that win. John QT got a trophy in his first ever Masters with this squad in his rookie year. Now, with new players on the roster, with pressure high again, a chance to try and come back to beat PRX again. They do not want to go to that lower bracket. Fnatic, G2, down there waiting. That's a terrifying fate.
It's a shark pit without a doubt, Mimi, but let's see if we're going to be going to a third map and send it over to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
If you're a Sentinels fan, I think your spirits have to be lifted seeing Kaplan smile. They're understanding that they've got a way to try and break this PRX map of Sunset. They've looked dominant on it. They've looked quirky. They've had some interesting ideas at that, but they have been really good. And a lot of momentum behind them after winning that first map of Split. Looking to carry it all the way to knock Sentinels into that lower bracket, as the desk was alluding to. That's a dangerous pit of opponents. You do not want to step into that.
Yeah.
Fnatic, G2,
that is
Gen
tough.
G.
But as we come in here, you mentioned that Kaplan's still feeling fairly confident, right? That he's got a game plan. Well, they had a bit of a game plan on Split, but Alex changed up everything, started playing more slowly, threw them off their game, and absolutely demolished Sentinels 13-3. What have PRX got cooking here?
We'll see if SEN have any bite back. Footsteps going to be heard, presence noted. Orb going to be vacuumed up there. Jing as well just sends out that boom bot. Now steadily walking their way out. Re-exploration over towards A. Nothing crazy.
But they've hit the perfect timing just as both initiators, John and Narrate, have gone off of A to go and re-explore mid. Now, defensive re-clearing. Sentinels were not doing very much of that on Split, so I like the idea of them getting active. And they might have found the timing to just get back into A in time.
3 players ready to receive. The slow orb kind of spells it all out. 50 seconds on the mark, plenty of time to PRX to work with now, and they're full steam ahead.
Again, those Sentinels allowing them to get the plant. 10 out of 12 rounds PRX were able to plant on split.
Devi's got an abundance of util here. That's a nightmare scenario to be facing. All in through the back, cuts out that avenue, especially against the pistols. How the hell do you break this in time?
At least they didn't send the retake utility before meeting the wall.
There it is. Smoke to replace it though. Gap into the wall, now you're seeing it. Gonna be used pound for pound. It's another slow orb, slowing them all down. Retaking control, Zelsis might be a pivotal player. Swinging around to the side here to seize everything being used up towards the top. Pac-Man gonna be gone second! He's lights out! Two players immediately fall! And everyone's gone from PRX. Players out of their seats, Zelsis.
There's the game plan, working to perfection. Sentinels took a long time to set up that retake. Everything had to be perfect. Zelsis had to be ready for the backstab. They needed to break that Sage wall. Everybody had to get in the right spot to maximize value from the fault line, from the paranoia, from all of the pieces of utility that were necessary. But once they pulled the trigger, they completely collapsed onto PRX from every angle. And that's where you might actually argue that the Sage wall could have hurt PRX, because in those kind of spots, sometimes PRX are going to want to try to catch Sentinels as they go for the retake.
Deep smoke, judge into the hands of Zelsis. He's about to farm! Put him into the blender. Side by side though, Bang having a reload. He couldn't quite back him up in time, so they have handed over a gun still. Close quarters is what it's going to be favoring, and a slight swing out to Vi. It's going to be dropped.
And a very
as clean as you can get.
Yeah, very clean round. Sentinels giving a lot of respect to PRX though, making sure that they fully buy. You know, nobody just coming in there with a pistol looking to buy up a better gun for the bonus round. So they are going to be working with some lighter weaponry here for the bonus.
One enemy remaining.
But overall, it's a much better start here on Sunset, on Sentinel's map pick, than what we were looking at on Split, where PRX just dominated right from the beginning.
Move.
Jing trying to pull a little bit of attention by the look of things towards B main. And then instantly going for the group up on A. Now this one way is dangerous. You've often got to burn this Overdrone to get past it, through it. You're expecting Bang to be holding it.
Do have the Viper wall though. So
even then,
still going to be used.
You can step in front of this Viper wall. You can't perfectly rely on it.
Tepid, tiptoeing up to the mark, just spotting the shoulder, Bang.
Baiting for Narrate.
Bit of damage, yeah. There's that bait and switch setup. We'll see if there's U2 going to be used to clear the corner. Still Forsaken, wants to send it forwards here. TP of his own. Trip, gone, taken out, but no control towards elbow, and Bang finally reveals his hand once more from that angle. Paranoia, swings forward, sidestepping. It's John QT, still something there to receive. Open arms with the rifle in the hand, the rate only just accounted for, and he has picked up Pac-Man, and that means main control is theirs. PRX, they commit to the plant.
It's a weird situation. The retakers are going to find it difficult to come back through A-Link because Devi's put his wall down there, and Devi kind of solo fighting towards Spawn. PRX know they need to make a play. The weaponry's bad as well from SEN, and they are slow, aiming to be meticulous.
Trying to take the first fight. Second, oh my goodness, barely there. Stinger in hand, something. Able to help out over the shoulder, but not anticipating Bang. Quick collection with the two, and a quick snap to the side from the rate. An injection of energy for Sentinels here.
As dominant as Split began for PRX, it feels like the same the other way around here for Sentinels. They are really in control of what's happening. Funneling PRX into these A-site hits. And then being really cautious as they group up for retakes. Any kind of push out is getting controlled. And already Alex is hitting that big red button. Tactical timeout being called after only 3 rounds here. And there are so many other things that PRX could be doing. They don't have to be ending every round over towards A. And even if they are ending rounds towards A, maybe they need to get coordinated with some plays. You know, bait out Sentinels to go and take some position and then refight them as they're setting up. You think about it, there's got to be a time where Bang is holding Paranoia and John's holding Stun where you might be able to catch them. but it's a narrow window. Alternatively, you know, you don't have to opt into the A post-plant fight.
Sure.
That's where Sentinels want to take you.
Go in a different direction. Or as you said, trying to find that gap in the timing where retake util is primed in the hands of the Sentinels players, and it's not the guns being played. PRX are good at that. They love to increase the tempo.
But today it has been slower.
It has been slow, yeah.
And honestly, even that post-plant aggression has not been as explosive as we've seen from PRX in some of their other games. I think they really on split were trying to play counter to their normal style to throw Sentinels off. This round they're coming in with only 2 stingers.
Yeah.
So really this tack timeout is going to be based on the next round, for round 5.
Based on the next round and used to settle the nerves perhaps a little bit.
Yeah. Jing, if he takes orb here, if he gets a kill or dies, he's going to have Showstopper back for that rifle round. You're also looking towards something. We'll have the Sova ult online. So big tools for them to be able to work with next time around. But once more, a little bit of B main and back into A. It's the same game plan in all 4 of these rounds.
A high-low set up to receive. Drone's there. Stun going to be used. Both stuns, in fact, overlaid. Aftershock into the corner. Everybody gets out in time. No damage onto the PRX boys. But a one-way quickly replaced. So good luck trying to get past that when you don't have a drone anymore.
Exactly. As soon as you burn the drone, that's one of the primary ways, arguably the only way that PRX can safely take A main. So even though that util battle feels like it favored PRX, in reality, I don't think it did.
So up through mid they go. Risky, haphazard, but here we go. It's a one-way setup. Jing! Beautiful movement! Still going to be isolated and taken out, but a glide into the slow. Zekken not to be denied his own. Into a 2v3 here. Spike's dropped down, but it is smoked off, so Forsaken can reclaim it. Safely for now. 24 seconds left. Plenty of time to get the plant down.
And look how passively Sentinels are. They're not going to cross this line until they're sure that the plant is down. They're never going to give an opportunity for Patman to walk up and get a free kill. Very disciplined from Sen. It's going to be tough for Forsaken to pick them apart.
But a TP, almost unexpected. The stun's going to be clearing them out, though. B-hop into safety. Checks himself away. Smoke going to be blossoming now. Zekken. Just a bit of raw spam there into the smoke. It's Patman versus the world in a 1v3. You can hear it jumping around. Zekken willing to put his life on the line. Slightest a chance with the lineup, but all secured in the end here by Sen.
Really disciplined. I think that's the first word you've got to go towards when you're giving credit to Sentinels and how they're playing this. They are really far away, never taking a risk once it comes to a retake scenario. In the mid-round, look, Zekken's happy to challenge, happy to fight. And they're looking for those defensive re-clears, but once their player advantage up and the spike's committed, it's all about playing together. Now this is the round where Alex took the timeout to try to get PRX back onto the right track. See if they could get the train going again. Jing and Something's ultimates have got to be what you're looking towards. And normally, this B main noise is a fake. Every round, they've been putting a bit of noise B main, throw down the boombot, and then they group up A. It's not a fake this time.
See if that conditioning sticks. Right now, there's plenty of bodies, and Sentinels reinforcing, gathering. Rocket finds its mark and more. Jing can't be stopped. All the way through, and he wants a little bit more. 3 on the board for him. And there's 2 left alive. He's going to go hunting. Paranoid. Blind as anything. 1 left to stand. The crowd wants it. You can feel it. A rumble on the stage.
And Bang does not want to give it to him. He's hiding towards Pillar. 4 and 1. Still plenty of money. He definitely could go for it. He should go for it to try to limit the economy of PRX.
Bang drifted in. I know where he is now, closing the door straight on him.
And Jing is gonna hunt.
Running him down. Patman to receive. It's a bit whippy. We'll call it intentional. He's just trying to give him the kill.
But I don't think Jing's got the timing.
Yeah, the time's ticking.
Bang's, I think, gonna live this one. Ridiculous. He's somehow managed to escape Jing.
He's hunting, he's
Jing's
trying
going
to get
for
it. He's trying to get it, man.
He's not got that time.
Joking.
I mean, he ruined the clip anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not getting into 60 seconds.
He's a coward, Bang, a coward. Incredible entry. What a rocket. Perfect, precise catches Zelsis around the corner. Immediately on top of Zekken, who was also running away in case the showstopper was going towards Market. That's the kind of entry.
What a rocket.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, credit given. But they are not going to have that same tool again.
So a bit of a reset here for round 6. Zekken. Ooh, jiggling out. Shoulder spotted. Sees the bullets. He knows he's getting some sort and form of response. Holding close now.
At this point, I think Sentinels have the read that this is real B main again.
Surely.
Yeah.
Oh. The Hunter's Fury is going to be in that back pocket still, Dark. Going into the back, Jing!
He's amazing on the entries.
He's straight in there. It's beautiful movement. TP though, reinforcements arriving. Bang is just trying to get into the action and the fray. And from behind, Patman just cuts Celsius to pieces still. Needs to play his life a little bit better here. He's being chopped down, chunked down. Chunk UT scrambling for a chance to reclaim some kills. And he's semblance of control over to the round, but he's given up entirely at this point.
So PRX spent those first 4 rounds with a little bit of pressure towards B main and then instantly regrouping A. In this round, Sentinels knew that they were about to pop towards B. They'd thrown a haunt, they got Bang on the deep A line. Bang was controlling all of this space right at the start. And Sentinels started moving the defensive rotations over, but they still weren't ready for it. Second's job was to try to control that push, the entry from Jing, and he just couldn't deny it.
It's a critical 1v1.
And again, it's Jing coming out on top. He's been immaculate. Here, this might be a gun going down.
Oh, okay.
Actually, Bang ended up getting that kill, so holds on to the rifle. That's going to be fairly critical, actually, for the Sentinels' economy.
Yeah,
we're still going to have a rifle round.
Exactly.
But this, I mean, Zekken starts shooting while Jing is still moving. And because the first bullet doesn't land, no bullet tag doesn't slow him down. He's in the kind of random spray component by the time he's taking a fair fight. If you miss your first shots, Jing's all over you. Give him an inch, he takes a mile. He's 7 and 4. And his team's only got 2 rounds.
Different look for PRX.
What is this trip?
Yeah, it's interesting,
over towards upper mid? They spammed to try to break the normal trip, but this one's wonky.
It leaves a gap, but it's safe from the random spam. Both of the trips are in fact intact, but it does leave a window of opportunity for Patman. If he's slow,
yeah, but it doesn't. He can only lurk on the left side. He can't lurk on the right.
I think as soon as he breaks this, and still from their side, it's Bang! Can't get out in time. He overstayed his welcome.
Here's the gap.
Just the one, and there's the gap. Hold on, creeping straight past. All that noise, pressure being made. Rez, save for a rainy day. Jing straight up and down once more. And the raid is hard committed into the fight. Paranoia.
Here comes Patman.
Holds into the back. Patman's right there with him. It's an ult that's ended up being cancelled, just faking them out. Trying to make Sentinels think that they're in the walls themselves. Still, it's a 2v4. Kills need to be earned at this point. Speed needs to be built up, but it's just not happening. PRX have them surrounded. Not even down.
What? I mean, everybody decided to follow Patman into spawn there. A really bizarre round set up by that trip. And you can see why Zelsis is going for the trip. It avoids the spam that you would do usually to break that common trip that gets placed at top mid. And it also would dodge a shock dart if something threw one in. But actually it opened an avenue that Sentinels weren't looking at properly. They need to be monitoring that timing. And Patman found the avenue to be able to get behind and win the round. And these slower paced rounds where they're not just sending it A have been working for PRX. So hey, why not change it up?
Fast take now. Fight to be taken. Jing. Anybody want to offer themselves up to challenge him? Bang's still there. It's just a bit of spam actually. He meant for that. Actually, deep push in through mid and a big blind.
Yeah, that's a crazy push. Just off rip, Bang walks down tiles. Catches Patman very early. And that's the main guy that's been doing the lurking for PRX. So now I think SEN are going to be feeling pretty fine about this. They've got Cam watching over towards B main, Trip towards top mid. A small gap in market, but Zelsis is going to be happy to cover that. And a high, low, and lower setup. But again, the discipline that I was talking about, there's a fine line between being disciplined and passive. But Sentinels are giving so much space to PRX.
A lot of respect and a lot of trust, I think, in their retakes.
Very heavy trust in the retakes. Now, that did not work on Split. They won 9 out of 10 post plants, PRX.
Gave Jing the plan, he would have a showstopper, but he wants to keep the gun out for now. And taking a fight towards the back net, it's a good stun, does connect, and even out the follow-up, rolling thunder through and out, Hunter's Fury, dodging, juking, skipping and hopping. Second has access now. Flagpole going to be planted into the site. This defuse is stuck to half.
I mean, something is just looking to save his gun at this point. He's not even trying to win the round. He knows it is unwinnable. That's another perfect retake from SEN. The game plan is crystal clear. PRX know exactly what SEN are looking for, and yet they can't do anything about it. If you try to push into spawn there and catch them as they're trying to retake, you're going into a triple stack facing you. And then if you try to play disciplined post plants, they're just running at you with every piece of utility. PRX at this point need to be saving big pieces of util. You need to be saving, if you can, Showstopper, Paranoia, you know, these things that are going to be able to counteract.
Big tools, you say that, and they've just sent it. Letting it rip, Fault Line's going to be slowing down Jing to deal with that trip. Broken for now, into the corner. Close as anything! Second has not been accounted for. He's still overstaying, still tucked to the side. Shorty in hand. Player damage helping. How the hell did he get out of this one? Going for the kills and a wall in his face to evacuate. Even the watchful eye through mid, he knows that that's a possibility. Gaps in the defensive player, Sentinels. Pacman could be anywhere, and he's been good at slinking into them. Bang. It's all slow, it's all steady. And PRX, they jump on the chance.
What a contact play through the smoke.
Left wondering as well where Narrate could be, but it's a beautiful play for PRX to get set up into this one. Pacman and the off angle. A lot of damage done. Drops Narrate down to 52 health, and even the horn missing. Getting a bit flustered perhaps into the moment. PRX not leaving anything for chance. They're doubled up here. Backside control. Someone with a dart to get their acknowledgement. That's what they were looking for. And Narrate is just left wondering, stewing, wondering how to win this possible chance. But he spotted the barrel, but time is running short. Time is running dry. It's ticking now. Narrate has got to get a move on. But if he makes noise, it won't play into his hands. It won't play into his odds.
What a recovery of that. PRX in the 3v3 make the play that they need to. Wandering out through that smoke, because what was going on here? Not anticipating how close Second was holding. Forsaken anticipating that everybody was going to be playing backside. A cute little wall as well to be able to take down John, but it's this walkout here that you're watching. Something and Divide together through the smoke, and Divide wins a 1v1. PRX are getting themselves back into this game. It's a 1-point lead right now.
Wrangling control back. Trying to make it even.
It's a trip and a cam watching for the mid lurk this time. So Zelsis is trying to ensure that there is no opportunity for Pacman to go on a wild lurk play. But to some degree, why would he want to do that? He's got the Viper ultimate to work with here. He's still going to go towards mid, though, with the rest of PRX grouping up in B.
Yeah. Late backstab by Pacman, perhaps, but PRX are going to be hitting the go button here. Util's going to be used, though. As soon as that nade flies forwards, up and over, orchestrates pretty well that PRX are going for this.
They're a big fan of using high ground angles like this. You haven't heard the wall, so you might not be thinking about it, because it's normally Divine that's going to be looking for these kind of angles.
All grouped up. Bang's holding the Paranoia. That's going to be off the contact of Zelsis. He's tucked himself into a forward position.
And if you wait too long, John will have the fault line back up.
Look at Narrate's position as well. They all know this is going to be going towards B. There's a smoke. Paranoia does connect. It's going to go pound for pound, but Jing is straight past it and out. Kill's going to be claimed and collected here for SEN. And the res, yeah, there's no collecting those bodies either. There's Narrate. Backstab we were talking about, there was no clearance in sight, and now he's just keeping them collected, corralled into a corner. C's not going to be connecting, but he's got the spike down, and with 15 seconds left, there's nowhere to go at this point.
Very nice defensive utility from Sentinels. They've got the right read now. I think they're really in control of the information game. You know, there was one round where they let Pacman completely slip through top mid. But most of the rest of the time, they know where PRX is going. It's just a matter of actually stopping them. And this time, Faultline denies the first phase of the exec, then Paranoia is great at denying phase 2. And here, Jing just tries to get through anyway, hoping that everyone would be blind. He's just gambling on the fact that everyone is going to be hit by the Paranoia on both sides. This does seem like a good round, though, to go for a bit of fake B and try to catch somebody alone on the A side of the map. You know that Sentinels have been kind of cheating the rotations over to B and leaving kind of one person pushing out. So, a bit of pressure towards mid.
I'm going for it though. Hot shots taken. Zekin is quick to get the hell out of there and evacuate. But Eraser's holding it down. That A-lurk shut down. No more threat of the wall going up. Rez in sight though. Devi might be looking for a play towards this. In fact, the whole team grouping up to take this space. Very important that gets broken, but okay, Satchel forwards. Jing doesn't hard commit. Try and take out Bang. They want to try and deal with his body, and Sentinel's not willing to concede the space. They're still trying to make a go for this one. A bit of raw spamming through the box to try and defend it up through mid. It's Forsaken who's the one who's going to be going down.
Devi's ultimate makes sure that this is only a 4v5.
I don't know if they know about this. Must have heard the Satchel, but do they expect Jing to be up on top of the box?
But that Prowler's not going to tell him anything.
And he's going to take that timing and take it well! Jing!
He's amazing!
He's cracked it open! The A side should be theirs, but there's still 2 players left unaccounted out towards the back of the side, and PRX getting cold feet on that idea. They have lurks on lurks.
This is where PRX need to be regrouping, I think. You can't afford to have Patman and Jing be playing off on their own like this. Just group together, use the Viper ultimate, try to close out the round.
30 seconds left.
Patman should have a safe avenue to the rest of the team.
Very important fight.
And Jing, he survives. So danger probably averted at this point.
5 bullets. Commits to the reload though, plenty more to work with now, but he has to shove into the corner. You are kidding me!
Oh, what is that?
Get the hell out of here!
Oh, that is absurd!
Filthy!
That is truly ridiculous. And it's left Zekin in a 1v3.
God almighty.
Which he's not even going to go for. 13 of 5, having a great game. But it's all Jing, all day. 2 rounds out of the 5 that PRX have won, coming straight from Jing. I mean, one of them set up really heavily by the rest of his team too. He flies in with a showstopper, beautiful snipe onto Zelsis, takes down Zekin as well in market. This one was much more about his intelligence rather than his mechanics. Up inside the one-way and then utilizing the fact that he knew Narrate had missed him with the Prowler. And then he just tucks himself into a wonky spot, and listen.
I need to see that again.
I mean, you're only going to hit him if you go for them.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Gotta respect it. Stuns up. Nowhere to run. Yeah, okay.
Have we got any developers in the building? I mean, that is crazy, isn't it?
That's shock and awe. Astounding stuff, man. It's 6-5. We've got 1 more round left to go in this half of Sunset.
Ahead.
Double swing. Bottom section of mid. This is PRX trying to take control of it. A bit of util sent flying forwards to A. It's keeping Sentinel's players anchored for now.
They've just got such a nice ult combo to win this round. You know, Showstopper's been amazing at opening these places up. And Jing's got that over towards B main.
This is Bang going to be tested, assuming they just pull the trigger on it.
Well, I think it's also Bang to try to get out and live.
Here's it now. As soon as you hear that one voice line, everybody's going to be scurrying away, evacuating. It does give that access now towards the site. You're trapped up. Oh my goodness.
Chip damage, but no more. And here's that Viper ult.
Here it is. Yeah, this is going to be a blight on the map now for Sentinels to try and deal with. Nightfall should be clearing this one up ever so slightly. Doesn't clear the back of the site though.
And it doesn't hit Patman, which is huge.
Hold up to a degree, random spam praying for a connection. Wall needs to be dealt with, finally broken, at least in one partition. Forsaken is going to be tucked into the corner still, caught by that stun to the side. Seconds all the way in and through, but unaccounted for. Forsaken, how long do you bide your time? Chooses to just take him out now. He's going to deal with the rest of the team though, and they are flooding in. Fast now, Sentinels trying to get a handle on it. And access and control is theirs now for their side. That final round earned.
And every round that Sentinels got, this final one, a theme that lasted right from the beginning, setting up for the retake and executing it perfectly. Look at the movement, it's just brilliant. And then the Viper even falling as well.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff here. The momentum and kind of fight back, I think, that we wanted to see from Sentinels to give us that competitive series.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
We've taken a bit of a granular focus, I think, on some individuals in this game so far. Namely, Second is really the first player I think I want to touch on, because this guy's been lights out. Maybe after that game earlier today, I mean, the only player beating him out in terms of rating was Texture. Don't know if that's still the case. Second might be the top-rated player going into this match here today, but he's got top competition in the form of Jing, who's been putting up unbelievable numbers.
Yeah, again, you can see it reflected here in the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, especially on Zekan's side, going 15-6, but I've been masterfully impressed with what Jing has been able to put forward on the attack sides. The question for me is, can Jing keep it going on defense? Because I think so much of Jing's impact is based on how he's able to find the timings as an entry player. And Zekan on the Neon is going to be really heavily supported again by Narrate and John. The double initiators and the style of Sentinels often put Zekan as not just the tip of the spear, but the guy who's asked to do a lot and always does. Yeah. I think he's going to be a handful for PRX to deal with in this half.
See it reflected. I mean, he's 15-6 so far.
And going for the light armor buy here.
It's going to be a big face in the bottom of mid. This is going to be a brawl and a clash, a potential bloodbath.
The pistols are a lot better for long-range fights on PRX.
Yeah, it's Jing. Just waiting it out. He sees that cage. Sailing sky high, and it is walking contact plays, but a jump spot might have just ruined it all, spoiled the surprise that SEN were going for. Maybe not. Gonna see it now. 3, 2, 1, and a swing for Paranoia to support from the side. This is PRX are the ones ready to collapse. Still jumping around, just making sure that they can bait and play their teammates in. PRX. Blinder of a pistol.
An ambush that completely caught the rest of SEN. And Celsius is getting bullied out of his position towards mid, pushed further and further away from the spike. And with only 45 health left, even a single body shot from Jing would take him down. Everybody on PRX grouped up as well. Forsaken going for a little bit of information.
Sniffing him out.
But then goes for the wide swing of Jing. It is that body shot that delivers. A nice pistol round idea and good weaponry to be buying for it as well. Mainly opting into the Sheriffs, the Ghosts that are super effective at this kind of range.
Just dissect here, don't they?
Now that's...
See the cage going overhead.
That's a gross beginning kill from Patman. Didn't quite realize that he got that kill through the cage. But yeah, they couldn't have landed any better. Both teams going for mid, and a massive trap from PRX. The spider waiting in the web.
Pistol round win should mean that PRX brought up to even.
And I think it bears talking about that we saw Sentinels looking really dominant at the beginning of this match. And that's dissipated quite a lot. It's now looking like absolutely anybody's game.
You dare step into the cage. What? Trying to face up. potentially set Forsaken up there with the judge. You're right, it is still anyone's game.
This round, though, I mean, massively favoured towards PRX. An opportunity to build up towards some of these big ults.
Sentinels putting their bodies on the line here. There's no trade, obviously, with the slow place down. You can hear it. And a good reposition by Pac-Man. He's even getting the accidental kills. Devi's ready to help him by his side. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. Not retrievable here, so Zelsis. Again, it's the easy way or the hard way?
Well, who on PRX wants to try to build up their ult? I think that's one of the key things that they should be thinking about. Looking towards giving it to Pac-Man, I would imagine. I mean, that defensive
30 seconds left.
Viper ult can change the course of the rounds, allow you access to defensive setups that you wouldn't normally be able to run. I think it's worth paying attention as well to Pac-Man as to where he puts his Viper wall. We see this one at the moment, but there's also a pretty common one that we're seeing teams run that goes through mid.
Celsius is...
He survives for a moment.
Desperate to
Oh, and they're looking
to
try to keep him alive.
If he gets the plant down, he's still going to get value, so
yeah,
you do have to kill him. There we go.
And you can still plant even if it's in the post round as well, in order to get your money. So they did definitely have to deal with him there. In the end, they don't actually maximize the ults, I don't think, but it's not too shabby.
Poison's off. One enemy remaining. Last player
Clearly, PRX have got a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing on the defense side of this map. A lot of it as well can come down to the retakes. This Sage Wall really useful for that if you play off-site post plants. So Sentinels have got to think about how they want to set up the rounds in the first place, and then also how they want to play the posts. John holding this stun, ready for some kind of mid-fight. You're expecting PRX to be doing something aggressive on their bonus round, or a trap play, some aggression.
Fault line held just in case. Slow orbs already going to be used. Why? Just making sure that they can slow down the inevitable approach, really. Sentinels are going at a bit of a glacial pace, but might be turning their sights up towards the top section of the mid. Fault line, no connection. Pac-Man not slowed down, not stunned up. Second, he's right in your face, and he's looking for the follow-up. Bang just can't get it. Then the wedging was placed.
That's rough.
Sleep.
Narrate, though, has found a bit of an opportunity and more. It's grasped it with both hands now. Full control of market and the front of the site now. Access for Sentinels.
Incredible play from Narrate to get them back in. Might have another.
Yeah, could be. Beautiful with the positioning and even better with a crosshair placement. Even spotting out something. Deep Seas flash in your face. Going to be blinded up, but he has complete control, and it just makes this hold that much easier here for Sentinels. Out wide, facing into many of them. Last one spotted something. There's not much you can do from this spot. Got to scurry and save.
Yeah, it's important that he saves here because Devi actually forced into the round. Only 700 credits on Devi. So keeping this rifle really helps the economy. A massive round from Narrate there. Looked like Sentinels had squandered this one. Slightly better eco. Came in, they ran a slow mid-take trying to feel out, I think, what the defensive setup actually looked like. And as they committed through, they went for like a market pinch where you tried to pull the mid player towards market and then you pop through top mid. And it looked messy. Very messy from second and back.
He is not ready for Jing at all.
I mean, Bang is walking into that angle backwards because he's worried about the other side of mid. He's worried about somebody pushing his own smoke. And it's Narrate, the hero, especially that second kill on Pac-Man.
One enemy
turns the round in Sen's favor.
If he doesn't do all that, wind is out of the sails for Sentinels. It's a bonus conversion for PRX.
He keeps his team in it.
Again, all eyes on either side here, down towards mid. Smoked off for now, but calling for the 3-2-1 and a swing. That is good movement by Narrate. Stays alive for the one kill, but PRX had more than just a singular body trying to take that fight. Do it together. They end up on the better side of it.
Devi winning that with a bulldog. Second swinging, nobody else to try to support Narrate. So a little bit out of sync there, Sentinels. And we've seen that across 2 rounds now, despite the fact that Narrate was able to save the previous one. Now he's gone, he's dead. 3v4, somebody else needs to step up now for Sen. Good stun.
Yeah, it's good to push. Taking off that line, but immediately the paranoia is going to be used to try and get him straight back in. Smoke fades though. But still opportunities are granted for these kills, and It's decent movement enough. Zeltas actually does manage to take out something, so putting a bit of a wraparound here. Forsaken is the one that's been put in a pinch.
Hasn't been able to find too many kills so far this map, Forsaken.
He just steps out wide enough for Zeltas to capitalize. This is now a 2v2, very winnable for Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
PRX not quite aware of the gaps in defensive play that they're putting up.
But they do know where both players are roughly. They know that John's on the plant, Zeltas is defending somewhere.
Walking up now, steps up, that's a jump spot now, spotting these players out, slow walk, way ahead of it! Zeltas takes matters into his own hands.
Beautiful round there from the emotional leader on Sentinels. Gets himself into a lurk through top mid, and they needed a hero after this first play. The two young guns from SEN got chopped down early. And Zeltas decided to get his way in, play off John, and shut the round down.
He's played that perfectly.
This is now 2 rounds in a row, though. They've kind of had a sloppy beginning.
Energy is back up.
Yeah, 2 rounds where they've managed to capitalize. And I think that's going to be especially tilting for PRX, because you're doing stuff right at the start. You know, your game plan off barrier rip is good. You're getting into an advantage. And then, I mean, personally, round 15, I think that's just Narrate hitting nice shots. I don't think that's a mistake from PRX too much. This round, though, they did leave a lot of gaps. And so you're seeing the tactical timeout called and Divide doing a lot of talking there. I'm sure Alex has got enough to say as well. But PRX economy is now going to be crumbling a little. Only 1 rifle able to be afforded.
It's in the gutter. Timeout was fading away there as Alex is just venting.
Yeah, I don't think that was. I don't think that was to the players, was it? I think that was to Mindfree.
Just to clear up the misconceptions that might arise.
Yeah, he's normally very calm when he communicates to the players, and then he takes it all out on his desk.
Yeah,
it's a bit like Kaplan, fairly calm when he comes to his players, and then he beats the crap out of Cubert.
Oh, fuck Cubert. 2-round lead though for Sentinels, and they've got that economy advantage. Usually going to be converting into a round win, so.
We actually saw Bang take a really fast timing when they were on defense. It's Forsaken doing something similar.
Doesn't have a long-range gun, it's just a Bucky. Looking to see if he can punish here. Plenty of players stepping up to that mark. Bang. Slow down. Jinx up onto the high ground angle. And, okay, there was 2 players ready to receive him. Takes down the 1. Zeltas is going to be out of action now.
No smokes.
Flank needs to be watched for. No smokes, though.
Yeah, no smokes over towards spawn. And Forsaken's on the flank with a Bucky.
Even committed here. TP forwards. Uh-oh. Uh-oh!
No way.
That's how you get value out of it. Beautiful play by Forsaken. And now that distraction being made. Narrate.
There.
Into a turn. Spins. 180 all around. Second. Looking to receive a couple of bodies. Other end of his outlaw. Sightline is open. He spots it with a jump ping. Sets up John for it to buy. Almost makes a good go of it.
Zeken's there to close the door in his face and ensure that the better economy wins the day for Sentinels. But that one got a bit scrappy, a little bit tough. I can't believe Forsaken got value on the flank. I can't believe this TP ends up getting the job done, and then he goes for a second teleport on top of the other box. I mean, mad play.
Enemy remaining.
But good finisher from Zeken there. He's having a blinder of a map. He's got 18 kills already in 17 rounds. This round, though, almost everybody on PRX has their ultimate to be able to work with.
And Patman, it's instinctual from him. Cage goes up, bullets go into it. Clear game plan.
And this now puts a bit more pressure over towards Bang, because with the trip disappearing on A, you're worried. Oh my God, and another sick shot.
This is PRX on top form.
Well, you haven't even forced out any ultimates here from PRX either. So this one's just a bit of a GG go next.
Yeah, scattered into the spawn just in case there are players creeping up onto the gaps. We can see Bang's there. Forsaken taking a bit of a jiggle.
It feels like PRX are trying to go for the same level of discipline that we saw from SEN, but they're all playing it alone.
God almighty, it's a bullet to the brains. Luckily saved by the wall. Paranoia forwards. PRX just need to make sure to not leave any gaps, mistakes to be played into.
It is quite a committed position from something. And like I said, they're all playing alone.
I don't want to get too worried here. They still have the player advantage. It
left.
should be massive for them as long as they play with that discipline here. Plant stuck, but John has an ult. Could look to expend it. Still has a slow and an aid in through the back and easily dealt with indeed. Dubai, safe pair of hands with him, usually is the case.
And still no ultimate forced out from PRX. That slow nade combo was brilliant there. And PRX have cut this one down to an only 2-round lead. This next one, you've got to imagine, is going to be explosive, with so many ultimates all around the map.
One enemy remaining.
Very clean shots, though. Now, having said that, I just set up a really explosive round. Didn't realize that Sentinel's economy, despite winning 3 in a row, is not in a spot where they can buy again.
I mean, that's bizarre.
Yeah, the economy was kept honest the entire time.
It begins.
So 4 stingers.
I'm out of here.
And honestly, a win here would be to force out some of those defensive ultimates.
They group up. TP4s, this is aggressive Forsaken. Forsaken! Doesn't know about a second player though. Just the one for his trouble, but it was a big one to find. Zekken is gone. Zelsis could be going to follow suit, and he's just missed the timing. Stinger in hand, not exactly the weapon for the job. Crazy play to make against a half-buy.
But with Forsaken taking that timing down mid, I think what's now going through Sentinel's head is, well, who's defending A? Because usually it is Forsaken with a one-way on A, and that's allowed John and Zelsis to just walk up. A is being played pretty heavy for retake right now, and the fake is beautiful. They're so worried about A, the bang and narrate, the other part of the duo,
The push and the pull.
can just wander in.
They've got it now. The B side is theirs. The right is the one with the spike, though. Can't overstep too much, but
They really want to pick. They really want to equalize numbers because their guns are just so much worse.
they need something, but it's been spotted out here. Stinger in your hand, bang, just about gets around the corner.
Now Zelsis becomes the lurker.
Snake bite, though.
That's an unlucky one.
A bit of a spam on top of it, so Bang's going to be found here. And the right forced to just get back a little bit still. Forsaken is up. They're going to have smokes to just block off main or the spike, whatever they choose. Playing through main is not going to be the ideal task for them. It's one weight up now, and that backstab, as you mentioned, has to be coming to fruition. Forsaken accounted for. Still, there's players onto the spike now, tapping away, but there's that ult. Here it is, Roll of Thunder, pushes them back and away. PRX tapped for that one. They were hoping that it would pull out a bit of the big tools, and now running forward to try and take the play, and the Stinger cannot get it done. A lot pulled out of the war chest for Sentinels, but it's PRX who win the day.
So I was talking about a silver lining. A win in this round might be to expend some of the defensive ultimates from PRX. And yet PRX come away without having to use a single one of them. Still 5 ults in the back for the defenders, and they creep ever closer to an even game.
Spike planted.
You can see what SEN were cooking. They thought if they expended the breach ult, after having killed Forsaken on the flank, maybe Zelsis would be able to clutch. But it wasn't quite good enough. And now Kaplan, he's gonna look for his own input into this game. Sentinels take a tactical timeout to discuss what the next game plan should be. And I think you've got to realize at this point that PRX has been playing A for retake. Like really passive retake setup. It's not even like they have a Cypher that's going to be giving them some information. There's not trips, there's not cam. They are just playing off-site A. And maybe they'll swap it up for the next round, but I would imagine Kaplan's got a bit of a read that's going to try to play with that.
Time is ticking here. It's PRX with a driving factor, taking map number 1. We're not in elimination territory, of course, but it will send you toppling into the lowers if SEN cannot get a grip back. And I know that sounds odd when they're sitting at 10-9, but the ults are flowing right now for PRX, and they have been in control largely.
And the 2 ultimates the Sentinels have are situational at best, I would say. Yeah. You know, you need a pick for Zelsis to be able to win around with his Cypher ult. And Zekken, most of the time, he's going to be getting more value with the rifle than the Neon ult either.
And Jinx goes straight down mid, rocket in your hands, and you are no more. Zelsis obliterated, turned into pink mist. Anyone seconds, bang. Trying to step up a challenge, but can anyone get this guy out of here? Narrate to John. seem to find themselves the likely contenders to be able to do so. They've stemmed the bleeding.
Just chilling at this point, I think, is advantageous for PRX. They can allow Narrate and John to leave because there's 2 free reses. Devi, though, is actually going for the info himself. If he had died there, wouldn't have been able to res Jing, but all good. They get themselves into a 2-player advantage. And again, by seizing control and tempo of the round with that fast dive down mid, a little bit reminiscent of what Forsaken went for previously, they've put themselves in a great spot. They did use almost every ultimate, though, to accomplish it. But as long as they can clean up John and Narrate, they will have crushed the economy as well.
Narrate and John tiptoeing, hoping that somebody will offer them a lifeline. Head on the chopping block, Patman. Not so likely. Still going to be caught by that seize as well. A bit of spam and straight bullets into the box, but no one watching for the back there. And now PRX look to swarm. 10 to 10 here for PRX. The guns out of the Sentinels players' hands. Back to the drawing board for them on top of it. This is a rough position to be in if you're Sentinels.
To be honest, it's a weird setup. They raise ult down mid right at the beginning. They Viper ult into B main, and they send the Sova ult all at the same time. Literally off barrier drop. Just decide to pop every ultimate that they have available. And Sentinels, their economy's not great. 4 players with light armor, 1 player with a stinger, but it's Zekken who still has his ult as a backup. Senna looking to go A again.
Yeah, this is 5 players grouped up.
Look how fast.
It. Jing is all the way down mid already.
Face your
Straight
fear.
in behind them. Knife falls forward though. They want to take this one fast and loose. You can't afford to make mistakes at this point if you are Sentinels. Trip's going to be triggering Zelsis. You don't know why, so you got to hear it now. The rumble of the footsteps in your face. He's primed and ready with a rifle in hand and trying to take that fight with a util. It's perfect. The timing could not be better. Zelsis wants a little bit more. Can he stun this push off from the flank? Devi! Not to be denied. This guy now taking control of the situation, but Sentinel's still on the site. Bang! Remove something from the picture. In through the back, John.
Very decisive.
Taking care of Forsaken.
Making sure that they delete the players in front, so it's only Devi as a threat. And he's left in a 1v3. Walled himself off even from going towards elbow. So Sen, they persevere in what was a scrappy, chaotic round. I think Zelsis should be able to give them the information about how quick PRX were down mid again. With 2 players, not just Jing, sending it in tiles, but Devi also following up. And the goal there was that it feels like only 1 player on the flank, and then Devi's able to come in unexpected. But because Zelsis instantly used Cypher ult, he just got perfect info as to where everyone was. Love this stun as well, by the way. Perfect from John. I mean, he has been great with these reactive fault lines. It's just that usually Jing's already got the kill.
1 enemy remaining.
11 to 10. Tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife at this point. Operator in the hands of Devi.
And he's looking at, is he going to try to wall up at the beginning?
Oh, this is going to be crazy, surely. What's he going for? Just a bit of a pre-fire onto the cam. Sentinels not slowing down at all. In through elbow. Stun connects. And a boom bot. Collateral damage in through. No damage to be dealt. Something is taking this alone. No coordination. PRX getting antsy, getting frantic. It's up to Patman to see if he can contain and maintain the team's composure. Devi reinforces one of the gaps.
I mean, the pace of the whole game has increased. Patman finding Zelsis in mid as well, and now finally a breather. But there are so many gaps around the map that PRX need to fill. A Devi could get caught. The more aggressive he gets.
And as Wall fades too, he's going to have to commit. Yeah, playing a further back line and angle. Too many unknowns on the map right now for PRX, and it gives Sentinels free reign. Contacting, not necessarily something you want to do when you're going up against an operator, but
there's also no smokes, so no matter what, they're going to be taking risks. It is going to be, there are always going to be openings for Devi to take this shot.
Devi posted, second guess is it. It's a one-way propped up on top of it. That's going to be the fault line. Clearing away, on to a degree, but
30 seconds
entirety
left.
of the site now theirs, and there's a reflank occurring. PRX from behind. Narrate's going to try and slow this one down. He's going to be buying it. He's time with the C's, and the Rangers piece straight into it.
One enemy remaining.
The pincer maneuver is almost complete. It's just second left alone to try and pull off a miracle with a snake bite at your feet. There's absolutely no chance he can win that one. 11-11.
There's a great call in this round from PRX where they decide to double up and push mid really late in the round. They had no retake utility. And they had a snake bite and like a heal. That's it. And yet, they still, by putting two people on the flank and Devi just locking down angles with his off, managed to crunch Sentinels on the site. And the economy's not looking good again here for the Americas team.
I need a drop. It's a scramble. Last minute decisions to be made here, but again, all in from Sentinels. 5 players grouped up. 11-11. With the upper bracket on the line.
Everything is going A.
Full committal. Forsaken, going to be retreating, trying to play a bit of a further back position. No one's watching his back in through the elbow angle. He's got a lot to account for here. Just trying to break some of that util as well, so it doesn't get cleared all the way out. And, wow, really just overstays onto the line. Second is gone. John QT was next. Bang, it's up to him to deliver, but he's been put down, put to bed, put to rest. And PRX eager for it now, hunting for that 12th round, getting cheeky with it in the process.
Sentinels are watching this map slip away from them. They had such a great start. Looked like they'd rebounded after getting flattened on split. But they can't put it together here on the attack side. PRX were playing a retake. They cleared mid, looking for Zelsis in the mid round. They know exactly where he is now.
Doubled up, leaving nothing to chance. Time played, but yeah, with discipline like that. 12-11 now. And it's match point for PRX.
This is a gorgeous angle. I mean, it's as far back as you could possibly get while still playing to defend that. And again, value out of the wall. Devi's always got these tricky little spots to work with. Sentinels have been force buying in quite a few of these attack rounds. People with stingers or bulldogs.
Well, the money's dire
and now the money's just dead. It is just dead. It's the final round, the last opportunity for Sen to stay in the upper bracket. And they're going to be working with odds and ends. A bargain bin thrift store buy. Trying to cobble it together like Tony Stark in a cake. They got nothing. The recovery in this half has been amazing from PRX. They made the right adjustment. Playing full retake A for a lot of these rounds and yet still catching Sen as they hit the site. Playing just the right amount of pressure to grab a kill onto Zekken, for example, and then have a player advantage.
It's a lower bracket you do not want to get sent into. The competition is heating up heavily. G2, Genji, Fnatic, any sort of manner of opponent you want to avoid for as long as possible.
And look at the buy. I was alluding to it earlier. Zekken with a stinger. Narrate as well with Zelsis. And only a sheriff out here for John. The best weapon, bang with a bulldog. This one, it looks done, it looks chalked. How are Sen going to be able to get this into overtime?
Heavy group up once more. This is all in from Sentinels, and it could just crumble at a moment's notice. Flash avoided. Jing is there, but he's going to be taken out. No one to deal with a haunt over the shoulder.
And that's
commits into it.
That's such a valuable weapon to upgrade to as well.
Rolling Thunder now, it's available. Lays siege now to the other side of things, but it did not catch up to the buy. Propped up on a perch of his own making.
He's been so good. He's been so good with these walls.
And now he's going for a little bit more. Slowed himself in the process, can't really overstep.
Bang's paranoia here is amazing when the retake begins.
The re-flank occurring for Forsaken. Going walkabouts with something himself. Smokes are going to be dropped down here. Patience is called for from PRX themselves. Slow and close. Trying to play time and bait out these shots potentially for them. The range is going to do a lot. Right now, with the stinger in hand, finally deals with it again. The trap is triggered all the way from the side. PRX is there, and he's stopping this train. It's looking so damn unlikely, and it's up to the captain, it's up to John. Stinger in hand. Flash, he's got a bullet. The supplement, he's going to run him down. It's a full stack. No way! For PRX, there's no stopping this train.
No stops to be made. Not even for Sen City. What an incredible way to see the match end. John did what he could and Forsaken was just twirling around. What a end. A much closer map, but PRX deserve all the credit there for being able to recover it towards the end and steal it away. A beautiful game from Jing especially, who was amazing in their attack half, but I gotta give a lot of credit too to Defy and how creative he was getting with his operator, popping on top of those sage walls. Really nice stuff from PRX here today, and they go forwards.
Marching forwards as well.
I mean, they're gonna be meeting up with Wolves, two third seed teams that we're seeing here in the upper bracket final. Remarkable stuff.
Toronto just a tournament of unexpected moments. But they've earned their spot in that upper. They will be facing off against Wolves, and for Sentinels, they are sent tumbling down. I said it earlier, but it is a death pit.
It is, it's tough down there. Sentinels are gonna be facing up against Fnatic. That is a really difficult game. Other end of the spectrum, you could argue, but you know, you go from playing against one team that Mini coaches and then against another team that Mini's previously coached. But yeah, big credit today to some of the timeouts too that Alex was taking. Adding a bit of a change up in style. This really is a different look for PRX.
The evolution of PRX. It's been astounding to see and watch. We're seeing slow play, tempered moments all around here. You can't deny that they've earned their spot in the uppers. We're going to be sending it down to Yinsu. She's out on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
All aboard the PRX train here. What a win from now. I've never had the opportunity to interview Patman before, so I'm going to quickly distract you for a second. Thank you. You've got me. Jason's got me. Patman, very quickly. Now, your teammates, they're very used to this. They're used to being the fan favorite. This is your first time. How are you dealing with all this craziness?
Sorry?
How are you dealing with the craziness of all these times being the fan favorite?
It's just new to me, but I need to get used to it.
Are you having a nice time? Do you like this?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's like I'm part of the family. Like everyone here is family, you know. I can see a lot of pink jersey wearing, so yeah, it's so fun to be here.
Oh yeah, they're all supporting you here. Now, one more question before I let you go. Well, take a quick selfie. That's going to be worth a lot of money. So, you know, the Patman selfie in here in the arena. But while you do that, Patman, now, when it comes to your confidence on stage, a couple days ago, Jason was telling you, stand up, join me. And you said, I'm shy, I don't want to do it. But you did it today. What gave you that confidence?
I think it's very helpful for the team as well. Like, if we hype ourselves, so I need to do it for the boys, not just for hyping, you know. I need to be confident and feel confident with the boys, so everyone will feel confident as well.
Well, you're not just doing it for the boys, you're doing it for them as well. Follow me. I want to get a quick word with Forsaken. Forsaken, you got your revenge against Sentinels. How did that feel?
It feels great.
How good? Give me more of an emotion.
It feels amazing.
Amazing. And of course, Forsaken, it seems like now you're one of the leaders of your team. Do you enjoy being a leader of this PRX train?
Enjoy, of course, because, I mean, of course, it's gonna be hard for me to IGL and get frag maybe at the same time, but I'll always trust my teams, you know? So even though I don't need frag, I just have to be a good leader, you know?
Yeah, we trust you as well. One last question. Can you say something to the passengers of the PRX train?
Track by track, guys. Just keep supporting us. We gonna go far, okay? Let's go.
Track by track, baby. Woo, let's go, PRX.
Holy moly.
So close.
Yes, that's how close. What do you mean? Were you not seeing that?
We can't see that where is he? Because Forsaken was facing the other side.
Dude, it was.
But he was spinning.
It was mad.
It was basically like
0.01.
How were the comps in that moment when you were so close? We're speaking about the victory moment, right? That diffuse, because people cannot see it. You can see it in the screen that we have down there.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, by the way, everyone, we have Defy here on the desk. Give it up for Defy if you guys don't mind.
Thank you.
Those Sage op kills were A thing of beauty,
Thank you.
my friend. First things first, congratulations. Here's the winning moment with you and the boys. And it had to have felt incredible to be able to get this win. But not just get the win, you got the win off of a 12-3 and then a squeaker, Map 2, breaking Sentinel's hearts. How did that make you feel, man, getting that revenge?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, we watched the VODs and we knew that Sentinel is very good at Sunset. So we knew that their retake is good and we were struggling, as you guys can see. But thank God that we also kind of good at retaking on the defense. So, so yeah, I mean, it's great, you know. Like, it's been a while since we beat any teams. Usually we are the EMEA Slayer, but I guess
Okay,
Now the American Slayer, now the American Slayer. I like that.
I'll accept it. You're speaking about those mistakes. There's many occasions, right, when we see you guys, it's, I would say characteristic at this point, when you are having a 5v3 or a 4v2 and you guys, you start going one by one. How do you bounce back from that? Because those are just mistakes, right? But how do you bounce back? How do you forget them and move on?
I mean, it looks bad, especially you're talking about the split round, right? I mean,
There was a couple
but
here,
we had worse games against Liquid that day, so this one we kind of like used to that. So we just said, it's okay, boys, just one round, so we just continue. I guess it's just classic PRX, you know?
Oh, classic. Well, you want to talk about classic PRX. Let's go ahead and take a look at that final moment there because it literally came down to a squeaker. This is it. John was flying in for this. He had the Sheriff in hand, and he just starts unloading in front of him. And there's your boy spinning away, and he managed to hold it down. And that had to have been frustrating for John, but it had to have felt absolutely amazing for you guys. You're going to the upper finals here in Toronto. What were the expectations for the team coming into this one?
I mean, honestly, we were just praying for playoff, but I guess now we exceeded our expectation. So I guess it's time to win the whole thing.
Time to win the whole thing? Hey, yo, I don't know if y'all heard it. Device said it's time to win the whole thing. I mean,
people here are great.
All I'm going to say is this. I talked to a couple fans in the venue. They asked me, who do you think's going to win? And I was like, look, if PRX wins this, I think they're going all the way. So I feel good about you guys right now because you're not just showing just the obvious PRX talent that we see all the time, but we're seeing a lot of good fundamentals. We're also seeing you guys really work together. Is that a product of, you know, more coaching with Alex, of course, the consulting there with Minnie? We talked to him earlier. What's that about?
Yeah, I think we try to balance things out. Usually we used to play just pressing W all the way, and I think people are getting a lot smarter nowadays, especially all the teams in Masters. So we figured that it won't work if we keep doing the same thing. So yeah, just a little bit of passive and like teamworky a little bit, and yeah, I guess it works.
Love
How are you enjoying the game without Tejo? Do you like it more? Do you think that, you know, it's gone against some of the teams that we have in the tournament?
I think it's great. I mean, no, not to specific teams, but I think we prefer to play without Tejo meta. I
Suits
think
you better.
Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic for us also. So
you guys.
Chaotic for you? What?
Well, because it stops
they like a different kind of chaos.
Because it stops them from doing their chaos.
No, we don't mind aggressive, but you gotta face us. But if you play Tejo, you're just hiding in the corner.
Exactly.
And then
You wanna face to face.
Yeah, we wanna have
become a little iPad baby. You know, hit your buttons.
We don't need another Brimstone, you know. So,
Hey, and look, I do love my Boomer Stone, but I get what you're saying. Before I let you go here, you're going to be facing off against the Wolves. You've seen this team. You've seen what they bring to the table. Want to give us your thoughts on that matchup?
Did you see what they did against Genji?
Yeah, we saw. I mean, they did better than us against Genji, so I'm very happy because we have they have the coach who is also Malaysian, so I'm very happy for him. Like it's been a while, so to have like my Malaysian bros, you know.
Right? That's
so
awesome.
yeah, I mean, I hope that it's gonna be a good game and hope better teams win.
Any player you're looking forward to particularly going up against, or just the whole team?
Probably. I mean, I think Spring has been playing really good, so yeah, I can't wait to play him.
So how's your reaction going to be once Siufat stands up and starts like sending kisses and hearts? What are you gonna do in exchange?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the type to stand but I have Forsaken, you know, so I think I'm good to go.
You should chime in. I think, you know,
maybe
at
I
least
will
just
try.
stand up and do nothing.
Do nothing.
Tell you what, off camera?
We'll see. But it's okay.
You have time to think.
Yeah, of course. If they have Siufat, then we have Forsaken, you know, both with the bicep, you know, so.
Exactly.
I mean, he might be a little bit bigger right now, but it's okay. Forsaken is Forsaken.
Yeah, no, Jason just got to hit the gym a couple more times, and then you'll be good to go. You'll be good to go. Devai, I want to thank you so much, brother, for your time. Always a pleasure, and congratulations. Give it up for Devai. Give it up for PRX. Incredible stuff. But that
Thank
is
you.
going to do it for us here today. We thank you all so much for tuning in. And of course, we have plenty more Valorant coming at you tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you then, Toronto. Take care.
Thank you.
It is the last stand for VCT China, going up against the juggernauts from the Pacific in Gen G. Who comes out on top with this one? You have two great teams that could very well go all the way, but it's all about who wants it more right now.
Gen G still holding numbers, still looking unfazed. 35 seconds, the time's gonna start running low. 49! 4 kills! Gen G reading Wolves like a book. There's the player noted. Spring can't do much to deny this. Gonna get a good chip on the cross, and there's Juicy now being rewarded. That's probably gonna be a 1, but it's done. Juicy doing well. Good control, good confidence builders here. And now Texture, you're damn good. But I think this might be a little out of your means here. Wolves are back in business. A flawless round, Mike. He takes the space off the back, and now here they go. Lights off. Ryu! Oh, back to back! Munchkin and Karen once again left with 10 seconds. And not much as this is a dream come true!
My God!
You will not see anything like that again from the brink of desolation. Wolves bring this back!
Unable to really confirm anybody's location here.
Oh, Texture! It's gorgeous from him though. Denying rotations. Oh, it's perfect from Texture! Absolutely outstanding play.
See, even here with the trip, actually, it's a perfect setup for Gen G. But a 2-for-2 trade for Wolves. A big win out.
CFFBB only has the classic. Oh my. Oh! Wait, this is doable. This is so doable. Ash.
Ash is taking it. He's got a half.
But he's got the CFFBB.
Oh my God!
They do this. The Dreamers stay alive. And Juicy looking to swing this smoke. Pop flash in. You know, Ash is on the other side. Ryu takes down Munchkin. Drop the pit. Paranoia is good. He flies in. Ryu has done miracles for this squad. CFFBB on the verge of the truly unthinkable. Ash has to ace to save Gen G here. Pressure mounting. He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think he knows, but only 7 bullets. CFFBB barely breathing. They're both so low.
He's down
6
himself.
HP, 5 bullets, that's it. Time ticking. Ash has to find this. Bam! Oh my God! Wolves make that space a possibility. They make it real. They fight for that what if, and they take down Gen G.
It doesn't get any better than this, people. Sentinels facing off against PRX, two of the best teams to take the stage, prolific rosters in the VCT, Mimi, and now an opportunity to fight for an upper final.
Bang is just drifting in and outside to side. Still one player tucked towards the corner, trying to take that swing to buy. Just drops them all. Defensive angle and a swing through. Puffin! The difference maker! Through heaven, flash, no connection. Dodge for now! Defy! The 4v3, something is close, and no one is watching. Pure domination from PRX.
And Sentinels get obliterated.
Do they expect Jing to be up on top of the box?
And that Prowler's not going to tell him anything.
And he's going to take that timing and take it well! Jing!
He's amazing.
It's cracked it open. Very important fight.
And Jing, he survives. Danger probably averted at this point.
Commits to the reload, though. Plenty more to work with now, but the aftershock into the corner. You are kidding me!
Oh, what is that?
Get the hell out of here!
Oh, that is absurd.
Filthy! But still opportunities are granted for these kills, and decent movement enough. Zelters actually does manage to take out something. And just steps out wide enough for Zelters to capitalize. This is now a 2v2. Walking up now, steps up. That's a jump spot now. Spotting these players out. Slow walk. Way ahead of it! Zeltsis takes matters into his own hands.
Wrap it up. Let's go.
The trap is triggered all the way from the side. PRX is there, and he's stopping this train. It's looking so damn unlikely. And it's up to the captain. It's up to John. Stinger in hands. Flash.
He's got a bullet.
The supplement. He's going to run him down as a full stick. No way! For PRX. There's no stopping this train. No stops to be made. Not even for Sen City.